two, two. What's up, folks? What's up, friends? It's weird. Sometimes, like, I try to see how I'm looking in the camera, you know, obviously before the stream starts. But then I go around and move around. Like, for instance, I went upstairs to get a Diet Coke and some grapes. I got some grapes, and then during this process, something happened to my hair. And then so sometimes, right as soon as I turn on the camera to do the show, is like the first time I'm seeing myself in this new context. I don't have like a screen preview. And sometimes it's like, whoa, whoa, hey, whoa. What's going on there? And today was one of those days. But hello, friends. Hello. Hello, my friends. Welcome to the stream. How was your weekend? I gotta get my Diet Coke, actually. I gotta open this up right away. I'm low energy. Shout out to all the heroes on this Memorial Day. We got a lot of fallen heroes to talk about. A lot of fallen heroes in the emotes, the exclusive emotes to this channel, TRRS. And we are going to take some time today to think about each and every one of them. Thank you, Ben. Chin chin, everyone. Happy Monday. Let's get this. Let's get this bag. Let's get this paper, as they say. Let's stack those apes. I should have gone energy drink today. I was at the store this morning. Just didn't think to get one. Could have really used an energy drink this morning. Rise and grind. Hello, Warlock. What's up? Ugh. Energy drinks are made of pond tailings. That's how you know it's the good stuff. You get all kinds of extra chemicals in there. Right? And that's actually good for the environment. You know, it's better if we're consuming that than just, it's better than, at least we're not leaving it in the ground, right? At least we're not leaving it in the ground. We should be consuming that and turning that into a product that we can purchase. That's called capitalist innovation. I'm enjoying a white gummy bear rain right now. Feels good. That's a great way to start the afternoon, I gotta say. Tony. Great way to start the afternoon. Energy drink grind set. That's Eric knows what I'm talking about. Eric knows what I'm talking about. Big Shiny takes Eric. Very familiar with this mindset. Excuse me. Tea is good too. In fact, I like, in all seriousness, I should probably pivot to being like a tea person. I'm sure it would be beneficial to my health. Maybe I will. Who knows? Maybe I will. Constantly, I'm on LinkedIn 8 hours a day just networking. Hell yeah. We love it. I could probably, we like to joke around about the diet soda and the energy drinks and stuff. Probably for my own health, it would be good to pivot to being a tea guy. I don't know if I'm ready to get there yet. Doesn't have enough caffeine. This is the issue. Don't they make caffeine pills? Can't I just take caffeine pills? Uppers, yeah. Maybe I should start taking uppers. Maybe I can pivot to being an uppers guy. In fact, when I did do that, when I was taking Adderall, I've gotten like the best shape that I've been in since I've been an adult. Because, you know, it's basically taking speed all the time. It's kind of an appetite suppressant. I am starting to realize, as much as I love to joke around about the energy drinks and the diet soda and all the various things that I enjoy, I have that thought now, and it's like, it's almost my birthday. I'm like middle-aged now. Like, there's no getting around that. I'm a middle-aged man now. I have to just say it, so I can just accept it, right? I have to just say it and put it out into the world, so no one can use it to hurt me. Dude, you're a middle-aged man. Yeah, I know. I talk about it. I'm open and honest about this. I realize I'm at the stage where it's like, I realize I have to start taking my health somewhat seriously. So I have the realization, and I just need to, that's the theory, and I need to put it into practice. We need theory and practice. Right now, the theory is forming. Okay? I need to start taking somewhat better care of myself and my health and these things. I understand this basic theory. Now I just need to put that into practice. Romp's Fit Daddy arc. Buy a motorbike. My dad became, and my dad was a big kind of middle-aged crisis motorcycle guy. Got a Honda Goldwing. In the mid-90s, I would ride around on his Honda Goldwing with him all the time. Maybe I could do that. I could do something like that. I'm a middle-aged man, but I'm way cooler than many of those young nerds out there. Well, that's what I tell myself as well. Sometimes eat an apple off a knife. The apple's good for you, and the knife is bad for you. Perfect balance. As all things should be. Being the son of a big middle-aged crisis guy is definitely a type of person. Absolutely. I think a lot of our dads, if you're part of my generation, a lot of our dads went through stuff like that. I think that was fairly common. My dad bought a motorcycle in his 50s and took a photo shoot with it in a leather jacket. Well, that's just sick. That's just sick. Fart party. I'm sure he looked great. My dad's an interesting character. He was definitely kind of like a... I mean, he was a very stereotypical boomer trajectory, my dad. I think was pretty wild in the mid-late 60s, early 70s. Was very much part of that kind of nomadic, kind of hippie generation. Traveled all around the world, got into all kinds of crazy hijinks. Kind of reformed in the neoliberal era, like a lot of people in that generation. The Reagan era, or, getting into the late 80s, early 90s, the Mike Harris era in Ontario. Started a small business in the 80s. Started a small business selling fireplaces. Settled down, He settled down, met my mom and my two older brothers. Started a small business selling fireplaces in Brockville, Ontario. And then I think sometime in the mid-90s was just like, I can't fucking do this anymore. I feel like I'm dying. And just kind of went off on his own path again. Sold the business. This was after he and my mom had split up. Sold the business. I remember he went on a big, like, trip. He went on, like, a big road trip down to, like, the southern United States. Now he lives kind of like an isolated, somewhat hermit lifestyle. He bought an old church out in the countryside in Ontario. He bought this old church, I guess like 20 years ago around now. And totally like renovated the whole inside of it. And he lives inside this old church now. Out in the countryside. Which might end up being a good like bug out location for some select members of this community. If things ever go south, it might be a decent secret bug out location. It's got some strong stone walls out in the middle of nowhere. For the really elite members of this community, you can keep that in mind. Biker gangs are just road trip clubs for dads. That's true. Yeah, they do love that. They love road trips. I'm doing my midlife crisis now because 10 years from now I'll be too tired to do a midlife crisis. Well, that's the younger generation. You know, it's like because of the lack of future, you've got to move the midlife crisis up to your 30s now. Right? Because of the lack of future. How does your dad feel about bunkers? He's a pretty big history guy. I don't know if he knows much about Hoja. Maybe we could talk about Enver's Hoja, though. Does he call it a compound? Well, the thing, it could come to be known as a compound. This is the idea. A church stronghold for what is definitely not a cult. Exactly. It's the perfect, it's in perfect disguise. It's hidden in plain sight this way. It's hidden in plain sight, folks. It's the last place they'd think to look. When the FBI and feds raid the Friendship Triangle compound. Well, that's it. They'd be like, what, do you think he's holed up in this old church? And they'd be like, no, that's like a cult thing. That's like a cult thing. And there's one thing we know about this subversive, revolutionary community is that it's definitely not a cult. So there's no way it's at this creepy old church in the middle of nowhere, because that would be kind of like a cult thing. Cross that off the list. In my 40s, my midlife crisis saw me go from a mere leftist to a communist. I'm embracing gardening because I'm afraid of not having enough money in my waning years. That's a smart strategy, though. That's smart. I think most of us have significantly gone past what we thought was possible. I'm sure we played at an old church venue in Brockville back in the day. Well, that's where I got started going to see like independent shows and hardcore music and stuff, was Trinity Church in Brockville. But this was in the city of Brockville, and the church I'm describing is way out in the countryside. If they're a cult, why would they say they weren't? Checkmate entire government. I actually think I started my midlife crisis in my teens. I'm not even joking. I realized I was on a trajectory that put me in a life I would hate, and I've been steering away ever since. Now, I would say I had the same realization, Warlock. And it's hard for me to describe. It's probably not the different context, obviously. It's a different culture, different country, everything. But yeah, growing up in small town Ontario, I had the same thing, though. It's like, I can end up here, or I can like do everything I can to move away from this trajectory and everything that goes along with that. With the uncertainty of civilizational collapse and climate change, aren't we all having midlife crises? That's it, yeah. That's what I mean. It's not really just about just getting to be like 40, 45 and saying like, is this all there is? You know? In retrospect, our parents' midlife crises were kind of quaint in that respect, right? It's just like, I've got a house, I've got a family, I've got a job, I've got a small business, I'm buying products, I'm paying my taxes, and there's like a future. The planet is still like going to be habitable. The planet is still going to be habitable, like, centuries into the future. And they look around and be like, is this all there is to life? Like, is this the... And inevitably the answer was no. And they're like, fuck, I've got to... It just blows their mind. And us, we don't have... We like, imagine having a house. You know? Imagine being able to purchase a home. That's crazy. This unthinkable dream that I have of one day living in a house. What a crazy thing to think about. Imagine such a thing. So we can have crises at any time now. We don't have, because like we don't have the ability to even pretend that like everything is fine. Imagine being able to retire. Yeah, it's just a joke. I'm fortunate to live in Quebec. You know, I'm paying into retirement. Like, I have like a pension that's like publicly subsidized. I'm paying into it now. But who even knows when it comes time for me to use that? Who even know if that's still going to be an option? It's like in what, 40 years from now? I don't know. 30 years from now? Who knows what's going to be fucking going on? Imagine owning things. Imagine not eating the bugs. These are the things we're going to ask ourselves in the future. Can't afford a house, but I'm also paying more on rent than I would a mortgage. Yeah, that's how it works. That's how it works. Of course, you've been paying that rent for years and years, but you never actually qualify for a mortgage of less. Right? Because you don't have this massive down payment. So you can never prove, even though you've spent the last several years paying higher rent than you would be paying a mortgage, that's actually not enough to prove to the bank that you could pay less over a longer period of time. They'll raise the pension age to 110 to get around paying out or something like that. Something like that, yeah. Norwegian sovereign wealth fund that will be used to fund retirements for new regions is, last I checked, currently worth about 1.5 million USD per person. That doesn't sound so bad. That sounds too good to be true. Again, we don't know what's going to be going on in 30 years. I think that's the main issue. We don't know what's going to be going on in 30 years. I put money into a stock-based retirement account. I only think of that as a hedge that the system collapsed less than I really expect. The uncertainty is very strange, isn't it? The uncertainty of how that's going to all work out. Is this big rickety collapsing system just going to shamble on into eternity? Or is it actually going away at some point? Whoa. That hits the spot. Hi Rob, hi chat. Was I listening to the Insurgents on my way home, speeding to get back for the stream? I sure was. 10,000 sandwiches. I love the dedication. We love it. That was a great episode with Steve Sladkowski from Pup. I was really happy to get to talk to him. Super interesting guy. My retirement plan is being forcibly sent to Musk's labor camps on Mars in 2050. You should definitely play The Long Dark just to get into the headspace of having to survive in Canada post-collapse. The Long Dark. I don't know that one. Man, I'll tell you one thing I really don't want to have to do in my life, and probably just won't be able to do just because I don't have the necessary skills to do it, is some kind of survive in some kind of wilderness situation. That for me is going to be curtains, unfortunately. I think I'm just too, like, again, I'm almost 40. I'm not 40 yet. It's my birthday next week. I'm turning 39. So don't get any ideas. Don't get any ideas. I am a middle-aged man. Okay, I admit this. Still have one more year of my 30s to go, though. So hold your horses. But I still think I'm too old to learn how to, like, survive in the wilderness. You know? I think that's just like, if I had been maybe spending my life figuring that out, I would feel okay about that. I don't think in my 40s or in my 50s I'm going to figure that stuff out. I'm going to learn that stuff. You know? I think if it gets to that point, I'm just going to be like, well, it's been fun. Here's where I jump off, though. It's been a fun ride. That's going to do it for me. Camping isn't that hard. I never went until I started with my partner, and I managed to hike out for overnights in the winter, even as a feeble 30-year-old with a junk metal neck. Well, maybe I can figure it out eventually, Eric. I don't know. I don't know if I've got it in me. The cities will return to wilderness. Moose will be driving cars. Eagles will be writing blogs. Exactly. All our Twitch streams are going to be done by animals, forest creatures. I think I would do okay in like a The Stand type extinction level event. The Stand is an interesting like extinction level event story because like there's still stuff. Everyone dies off so quickly that there's lots of like stuff. You know, food, there's tons all of a sudden for everybody. I think I could do that. I think I could do okay in that situation. Embrace druid socialism. I just don't know if I can become like a forest creature. I don't know. Maybe. Maybe I'll surprise myself in like the 2040s. You know, maybe I will. I couldn't deal with the corpses in a stand situation. That would be very unpleasant. Yeah, that's true. Are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine. I'm fine, Marina. Thank you for asking, though. Thank you for asking. We're just talking about the uncertainty of the future and how our parents had like midlife crises because they like had houses and jobs and families and stuff. And we're just supposed to be happy because they had basically like achieved the maximum that you could achieve. You had like little middle class lifestyle and they all just went nuts. Being like, is this all there is to life? And they all just lost it. And we're talking about how our midlife crises are like we don't know if there's a future. I'm trying to subvert your audience into a cultural revolution. Okay. I mean, we can eventually all live on a compound together. That's a hippie thing. That's why I was talking about that as well. We could all move to a church in the countryside and live there together. At the local sports gear shop, they had a 6-foot pole spear. I've never seen an actual titanium carbide spear. It was actually really cool. It was like, this looks like good home defense. Pick up a spear. Pick up a good old spear from the store. Hey, do you need anything? I'm going out to the store. Do you need anything? Yeah, pick me up a giant spear. A 6-foot titanium carbide spear, please. I wonder if the sense of aimlessness exists as prevalently in socialist countries. I would guess not. I mean, that's kind of the interesting thing, Old Dutch, right? When you grow up like with the emphasis on individualism and achieving this like individual middle class lifestyle, and how that was still so alienating for people, even though they had like basically it's, you know, everything they could ever want. You have a house in the suburbs, pool, family, enough to always eat, relative safety, and it's so alienating for people. It's almost like you have to still be part of like some kind of communal project to improve your culture and improve your society at all times. I feel like it would give people's lives a meaning in a ways that like your life doesn't have meaning if you're just some like mid-level advertising exec with a home in the suburbs. You know? You're not like creating anything. You're not really contributing anything positive to the world. If you actually felt every single day like you're engaged in this project of self-betterment and cultural betterment and social betterment. Right? I think that does give people's lives meaning. You know, that's why this community gives my life meaning. Right? That's why I'm not having the same level like midlife crisis that some of our parents did. Plus you're sold more and more things. It's never enough. Yeah, that's a good point, too. The emptiness of it. The emptiness of it. Just like that constant feeling of like, you know, purchase this product and it's going to fill this empty feeling you have inside you. What I think the Buddhists call it the empty ghost. Is that it? Is it something like that? You have this emptiness inside you, but you see this product, and you're like, oh, I'll purchase this new TV, and that's going to fill the emptiness inside me. And you do, and for a moment it does. And you bring home your brand new TV, your brand new product, and you set it up, and it makes you this good feeling. Slowly this feeling evaporates. Slowly this goes away. The emptiness returns. The emptiness returns, and what do you got to do? You got to buy more products to fill it up. The hungry ghost. The old products hole just never gets filled up. That's right. They might call it something poetic. The Buddhists might call it something poetic. I'm going to call it the old products hole. Online shopping is worse because you get that feeling twice and it's addictive the moment you order it and the moment it arrives home. That's true. That's an interesting point, only fact. That's an interesting point. And it's not even about the thing that you're purchasing. It's just about that feeling. And you realize that we all need to continue that process in order for our whole economy and society to continue. Everything about like our whole indoctrination process and education And our whole culture just like steers us into just being this person who just goes out and works and purchases products. And that's our meaning in our culture. That's how we contribute to this project of cultural progress, is just by buying stuff from Amazon, going to the mall or whatever. Your brand new One Punch Man action figure, except that it is fulfilling. It's weird, it's bizarre being a parent and trying to like, you have kids and you see that phenomenon happening in your kids. Like my son loves getting new toys. And it's like, I'm trying to explain to him how like, cause he gets really obsessed or fixated on one thing that he wants. And on one hand, I want to just like get him the stuff that he doesn't want cause it makes him happy. And it's fulfilling. It gives me that good feeling. You get something for him, he's happy, he appreciates it, he's happy. But I'm also trying to instill this idea that like, it's not the thing that you want, it's that feeling of having a new thing. And that there's never enough. If I get you this new thing that you're asking for now, 1 week from now, you're going to be asking for another thing. I'm trying to explain this to him, but he's 6 years old. It's hard to make him understand these things. Yo. Okay. We do live in a society, don't we? This is kind of just smoke the weed for the first time freshman dorm room. Philosophizing right now, isn't it? It's like this is some Adbusters ass Twitch streaming right now. This is some Adbusters ass commentary from yours truly. You ever think about that, man? Whoa. The universe is so big. We need to segue into a dramatic reading of No Logo. I must say, I was in Adbusters. You have any Adbusters heads? In like the early mid 2000s, I was absolutely an Adbusters guy. That was kind of one of my introductions to like leftism. Getting so middle-aged that we come to the conclusion that Gen X was right all along. Well, here's the issue, Joe Robio, is that a lot of the time Gen X was right in understanding like the symptoms. They would talk about the problems. They would talk about the symptoms, but they wouldn't talk about the root cause. Right? Gen X was alienated for a real reason, that they understood these kind of these powerful forces. But they had been in many ways programmed to reject the solution to these things, which is socialism. They were of the generation that oversaw the defeat of socialism, or the temporary setback of it. So it's like they understood in many ways the problem with consumerism, but they were never able to talk about the actual like solutions for that. Gen X with class consciousness. That said, there was no class consciousness. Or if it was highly marginalized. And I think certain brands of analysis bubbled to the surface. Again, the Naomi Klein analysis, which it can be very valuable as well. The Adbusters stuff. But they all steadfastly avoided, well, what's the solution to all this? Those are the answers that they didn't have, because they were carefully taught and programmed to reject the real answers to it. Just edgy movies like Fight Club. Yeah, that's all we can do. Sorry, I just wanted to get this comment from Old Dutch from a moment ago. I fell into the trap now and then, going to see a consumer research hole and torture myself for weeks before clicking the buy now button. It's fucked, and I've trained myself to avoid it for the most part, but it really is an addiction of sorts. It is consumerism. It's a trap. Yeah, it is a trap. It is a trap. We became nihilists, dude. That's it. Yeah. And again, I don't blame people from that generation either, to be clear. You know, my brothers are part of that generation. I get it. When all the real answers are kind of like kept from you, or when you're deliberately taught to fear and reject these answers, that's programming that's difficult to like undo. Critiques of consumerism became increasingly irrelevant when more and more people fell into poverty. Yeah. And again, to give that generation credit as well, that whole Adbusters generation did lead to Occupy Wall Street, which again is something that I think in retrospect, there's things we can criticize about. I think it was kind of aimless in that way that these Gen X movements were also. But I think it was a really I still believe this was a really powerful movement that just like at the very stripping away all like, you know, what were the demands, what was the society that they were pushing towards, all the kind of contradictions that are there, just take all that away. It was really, I think, an impressive movement and an important movement, I think, for just like captivating this energy that was out there, that this energy that got pushed into the like Obama campaign, which of course didn't resolve any of the things that were causing people to feel that level of like alienation, especially after the financial crisis and stuff. And it was like this avenue where all that energy could just
you're gonna have good old Rob
go
to
somewhere.
Talk you through all this.
Occupy Wall Street was a bit aimless, but at the very least helped some people gain class consciousness, myself included.
Yeah, Kijiji, that's exactly my point. You're right, and thank you for the 18 months of Tier 1. Thank you so much, Kijiji. But that's just like signaling to people that like we may not have like the exact answers for what needs to happen, but we're not okay with the direction of what's going on. It was just this expression of a whole generation of people just kind of implicitly rejecting the economic status quo and being like this, you know, just putting these ideas into the universe and like, again, raising class consciousness. Just the idea of the 99% and the 1%. That's something that was never really talked about prior to that. And no matter what Occupy Wall Street accomplished, it did kind of like create this idea in people's minds of the 1% and the 99%. I'm Gen X. My generation's prospects were both shaped and destroyed by Thatcher. While we use the shorthand of generational forms, it's no replacement for class analysis. It was the working class who suffered, and that has not changed one bit in all this time. Well said, Dave. Yeah, completely agree. Completely agree. Yeah, it's the generation that came of age, like in the dawn of the neoliberal era, and we're certainly negatively affected by that. Just as like everyone in our culture was, but they were right on the forefront of it, and were like not able to enter the workforce because the workforce was dominated by boomers who wanted to hold on to their positions. Same with housing, education, costs of education rising, this gradual privatization process. Like that's the generation that's coming of age as the wholesale destruction of these public goods is taking place. This like public looting and the privatizing of everything, you know? Makes me wonder how many potential revolutions in the West have been snuffed out in the crib by the security state. Yeah, it's a good question, and I think a lot. Or potential revolutions and potential revolutionaries who we know get targeted. Occupy Portland did more in 3 weeks to address unmet needs than the city has done ever. I mean, I do think that, like, we are... Some kind of Occupy movement is going to have to probably be a necessary part of the coming struggle against capitalism, you know? And probably a lot of that strategy, I think, is going to have to be folded into the climate movement. Because we've seen the climate movement mobilizing hundreds of thousands of people in some cities, you know, or millions of people, tens of millions of people across the world. And if that kind of energy can be used to grind this machine to a halt, you know, that's going to be the only thing that's ever going to get people in power to listen to our problems, to listen to us. If we take that energy that millions and millions of people have shown that they're sympathetic to, and it becomes a movement where, yeah, things do get occupied by more people than it is possible to just roll in and remove them right away. The ending to this track is very abrupt now. For now. I think I'm going to fix that. Anyway, this has been some interesting conversation to start the day. Thanks again, folks. We can start getting into like I should have gone and saved a bunch of tweets to look at, but I do have a bunch of things to talk about. Got a couple notes here. Or little notes. I do think the ruling class Gen Xers are uniquely unhinged. I wouldn't say they're, to me, I don't know if it's being uniquely unhinged, but I think it's the same problem of being able to analyze the problems while not being able to speak to any real solutions, because they can't really, the people that rise up to be actual political leaders, you know, they might be able to speak passionately about things like housing or the climate or guns or any of these things that are affecting young people, but ultimately are not able to take their criticism and turn it towards the economic system that we live in. You know, that's fundamentally what the issue is, right? Like, that's the, for now anyways, that's the futility of the climate movement within this like Western democratic system. We're in like a parliamentary democracy. The reality is that the climate crisis is being driven by capitalism, right? It's not just a climate crisis, it's a crisis of capitalism. And there's lots of people within the government, in the US government or the Canadian government, that can speak very passionately about this. And they can speak very passionately about the problem and the fact that we need these big drastic solutions to try and start mitigating the problem. But none of them can go far enough in their analysis, because none of them can say we need to like end our current economic system in order to deal with this problem. That's the reality that's behind a lot of this rhetoric. But they're either unwilling or just unable to come to this conclusion. They're too indoctrinated with Reaganomics and the Cold War to see any other alternative than more neoliberalism. Yeah, it's just we can have nicer neoliberalism, basically, or try to undo some neoliberalism by you know, making the public sector go back to handling things that we now have decided the private sector does. But like, these are all tiny inconsequential changes compared to the big drastic changes that are needed. I found some really interesting clips of average white working class Americans being interviewed about the Vietnam War and the supposed silent majority Nixon claimed they were. Kind of surprising how class conscious and like anti-war average people were back then, openly talking about revolution and all that. I'll be watching that and a bunch of other really interesting historical clips on my pilot test stream, which will either be later today or tomorrow, y'all. I'm happy to hear that, Crad Babes. You've been talking about this for a while, so I'm happy to hear that. That sounds cool. The late 60s and early 70s are certainly a really interesting time, aren't they? Like I talked before, a lot of the lack of class analysis is part of it. but you realize that there's really revolutionary fervor in the air. And it was deliberately snuffed out. Not just domestically in the United States, but again, in the military. I talked about this last week. That was as close in modern times that the U.S. military was to like open revolt. That's like they probably would have continued the Vietnam War if they could have, but it was literally not an option anymore by the mid 70s. They had to pull the troops out or they were going to lose control of everything. It was really the military was in this close to open revolt. And of course you had people at home with that kind of revolutionary fervor as well. And then they systematically, took out the important figures in that movement. MLK, Malcolm X, Fred Hampton. They sent the troops in to Kent State and these other schools and instituted the drug war, instituted the period of mass incarceration after, the Civil Rights Act and all that stuff that gave a feeling to this and gave a feeling to this kind of like this generation of young people, gave a feeling that they had accomplished something before, instituting the drug war and the period of mass incarceration, and then kind of just successfully steered that generation away from any of that revolutionary sentiment, and it just steered them into the waiting arms of the Reagan era and neoliberalism. But it's odd to think back now of how close I think things were to going in a different direction. Bill Clinton talked about it himself at John Lewis's funeral. What if that generation had gone more towards Stokely Carmichael or Kwame Ture? It was close. There was a time when that's the direction things were leaning. And if MLK if it had continued, stayed alive, if Malcolm X had stayed alive, if Fred Hampton had stayed alive, it probably would have gone in that direction. But they gave them a few wins with the Civil Rights Act and the end of the Vietnam War. They took out the people they needed to take out, and then they steered that generation into.
You can count on me. Era. You're gonna have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Closing parenthesis.
DJ Chimp, thanks very much for the 4 months of Prime. Thank you, DJ Chimp. We watched our parents' generation change from hippies to yuppies and the USSR fall. Not a great time. No, it wasn't. No, it was not. And that's the thing, Sinchao, from when I grew up. It was weird growing up in the early mid 90s, after all that period, and having to sort of reconstruct that period from history, and first being fed the very propagandized version of that history, and then trying to understand what actually happened. Much of the worst offenses of the empire have been hidden behind the cult of managerialism. IMO the U.S. is a demonstration of fascism in its most robust form. That's been the interesting thing about this the last couple of years and decades, right, Pen? Is we've seen all the artifice get stripped away. And if you put in the work to deprogram yourself and you do the reading about what the government's been doing, you're like, oh, this has been a fascist government this entire time. Oh, okay. It's not like we're waiting for the rise of fascism. It's more just that what the reality of the country and the empire is just becoming more obvious to us now. And also we're starting to feel the negative effects of it, when previously in the late 90s, we were just benefiting from empire. And it's really easy when you're benefiting from empire to look around you and you're growing up in the suburbs or whatever, and you say, of course I don't live in a fascist society. Look, it's safe walking down the street. Economically, we're prospering. We have freedom. We have freedom of speech. We have freedom of assembly. Life is pretty good. We have enough to eat, enough to drink. Of course, we don't live in a fascist society. And it's like, oh, okay, no, we lived in the most fascist society ever, but we were just benefiting from it, and it was kind of hidden from us. It's hidden from us because we're told this false version of history. but this false version of history about our country's and our society's relationship to fascism. And as you see the Iraq War and the financial crisis, you know, Trump, the increasing climate chaos and the effects of that, that's just all the artifice sort of being stripped away. All the contradictions coming out, like becoming more apparent, and it's like, oh, okay, that's what this society is. I see. And we were just benefiting from it, or I certainly was. Capitalism is collapsing and fascism is a reaction to try and defend it. Yeah, and that's it. It's like it's collapsing here now, right? And that's why we're seeing the violence of it and the depravity of it more up close. People in Korea, people in Vietnam, people in El Salvador, people in Nicaragua or Chile or Indonesia, they experienced the fascism of our society firsthand, you know? Going all the way back to the indigenous genocide, which is actually leading us into the first thing that I wanted to talk about. But these cultures in the global south have been experiencing the fascism of our societies for now generations. And as we're seeing everything, the contradictions emerge even more, and we're seeing economic collapse kind of become more of a real possibility, then we're seeing it for ourselves, right? They're not really able to hide the artifice of it anymore. The capitalists are looting everyone from every angle at once because they know the bubble will pop soon. I mean, fuck, NB Ryan. I hope you're right. Seriously. I mean, I do think you're right. I agree with you. I am though tired of this feeling of waiting for the bubble to pop though. It's like psychologically damaging now, spending like literally years just waiting for this bubble to pop. And sometimes you're like, is my whole life going to go by with this feeling of like that we're teetering on the edge of something? Am I still going to be feeling that when I'm 70 years old? What if it just doesn't? We have to accept that's a possibility. It is. It is a possibility. The worst part is watching liberal brains rotting away in real time. Okay, well, here's stop blue balling us and pop already. This is what I mean. When the predominant advertisements on TV are for crypto and gambling apps, we're definitely in the end stages. Yeah, but here's the thing: are those bubbles going to pop? And then what's going to happen after that? Because we've been through this before. What's going to happen after? A bunch of people are going to lose. A bunch of powerful people are going to get bailed out. It will, like every other big crisis, result in yet even more of a massive upward transfer of wealth. Just like the previous financial crisis and the housing crash in 2008. And then what happened after the previous? Are we just going to go and then try to put it all behind us? And just get everyone, okay, go back to work, everyone. It's over now. Go back to work now. I mean, that's what happened in 0809. That could very well happen after the housing bubble or whatever else pops this time too. A little more for them, a little less for us forever. Yeah. It's like having that feeling in your stomach right as you go over the first hill of the roller coaster, but the fall never actually comes forever. That's what I mean, yeah. Also, your stream is really improved by the House of Commons voting music. I don't doubt it. I hope your new job as a big shot journalist is going well, Stu. Greece is the model, yeah. We're going to all come together in our big mobilization and demand no austerity. We're going to put together a big political movement after this next financial crisis, which we all know is coming, we're going to put together a big political movement. We're going to demand the people in our society. We reject austerity, sir. We demand that you do something differently. And they're going to look around and talk to their official institutions, and they're going to say, okay, we've heard you. Thank you for letting us know. We've talked to each other now. We've all come together to agree that no, we actually won't be addressing any of these things. And you'll take your fucking austerity and you'll like it. That's what they're going to say to us. That's what they're going to say to us when this moment comes. We see you, we hear you, we taste you, but no. That's what they're going to say to us. That's going to be the moment when we're going to have to decide the next step. We're going to have to eventually come to this one of these moments, because we all know another one of these moments is coming. Another one of these moments like '08, or like Syriza and like Greece, one of these moments is going to come up, and when we get that answer, when they say like no, you'll take your austerity and like it. We're going to have to then decide what the next step is and whether we want to take that or not. I didn't watch hockey all year, but checked out a couple Oilers games, and it's not surprising, but definitely alarming that yes, every other ad is an online gambling app or crypto. A couple of the gambling ads are literally promoting not using the app or taking a break from it with timeout features, etc. It is depraved, yeah. And it goes back to like we look at what was going on like around the time of the collapse of the Soviet Union, how their whole economy in this transition period got consumed by like these big schemes and all this kind of stuff. And hucksters like going on on TV and encouraging people to join in these harmful pyramid schemes and stuff. That's what happens in these end time situations, these apocalyptic situations. Every form of society lasts roughly 1,000 years. Slaveholding societies 500 BC to 500 AD. Feudalism 580 to 1500. Therefore, capitalism until 2500. I just feel like we don't have that kind of time. That's the issue. We're coming up to like the meeting of the proverbial meeting of the rock and the hard place when we talk about that. What's 2100? Year 2100. What are we on their global, like in terms of global temperature change? By 2100, like they're expecting, like we're on the absolute worst case scenario of that, where large portions of the United States and large portions of the world will be basically uninhabitable for large parts of the year. At this point, China is the only country that has demonstrated both the will and the ability to manage the climate collapse. Agree. I'm going to be in a Fallout Raider attacking rich people bunkers in Greenland by then. Hell yeah, NB Ryan. We love it. That's called ambition. That's called ambition. And we can manifest these kinds of things and should. I've got my hard place insurance. 122 Fahrenheit degrees in India is nuts. Birds falling from sky all over. And this is like we're barely scratching the surface of that kind of stuff. Right? U.S. Civil War in my lifetime, bet good money on it. I mean, in many ways, Dave, there's been like a slow motion Civil War going on for like years now, right? That's kind of what that global network of right-wing terror groups have been engaging in. for now a couple years. I think it is going to get harder for Western capitalism to, at what cost, all of the success of China's common prosperity. And I don't think the U.S. has another New Deal in them to save capitalism. No, and the thing is, if the U.S. was going to do another New Deal, the Build Back Better agenda was the opportunity for that. That was the moment. If America was ever going to have anything like another New Deal, that was the time. And it was not what Bernie was proposing, but it was still like there was a lot of stuff in there that would have been really transformative if they had actually done it, which we know now, of course, they never had any intention of doing. But that was the moment, right? If the U.S. government continues on as it is, Democrats will not hold the Senate again, probably for the next, how long? 10, 15 years? So that was the time. This last year was the time to do something like that. And they let one guy in their own party just say no and just never did anything about it. So I think that speaks to the level of desire within the Democratic Party or the liberal establishment to engage in a program like that. They obviously have no interest in something like that, but also knew that they had to satiate the many millions of people that are growing completely dissatisfied with their approach by saying they wanted to do these things in order to get them on board so they can even win elections. But now they haven't delivered any of that, so forget about that trick working again. They wasted every majority they've ever had in my life, and I'm almost 40. Yeah, I mean, eventually, that's when you get to be our age, right? Amazing Bird Show, because I'm around the same age, and you start to have this basic pattern recognition ability, and then you're less, every time that cycle repeats itself, you're less prone to falling for it. Never even attempted to remove him from committees. Manchin was always a linchpin for establishment wants. Yeah, absolutely. And that's the thing about the Georgia election, right? They never thought, I don't think they ever thought that they would win those Senate seats. And then I'm sure if they hadn't have won those Senate seats, then Manchin would have been open to all these. He would have been talking about the Build Back Better agenda that they wanted to do that were being blocked by Republicans. It was only after they won those Senate elections that they had to have someone step up to be like, oh, actually, no, I don't like any of this stuff. And now he's hand wringing and hemming and hawing over forgiving $10,000 of debt. That's where things have gone. Will they even do 10K? It seems like they'll probably do something like a means tested 10K. They'll do just enough to piss everybody off. They'll do just enough to piss off the free market neoliberals, on the austerity obsessed neoliberals. They'll piss off all the people that have 6-figure debt for which 10K is going to do nothing. They'll piss off the conservatives who are going to frame it like this big communist takeover or whatever, as they always do. And when they lose, they'll blame that, and they'll blame defund the police for the reason that they lost. I mean, it's the same fucking thing every time. It's the same thing every time. Whoops, that's not how you spell that word. I lean into calling things the X zone quite often. It's been a fun conversation, by the way. Eventually, I've got more actual focused things to get into, but all related to this whole conversation. They'll find a way to spin it against trans people too. No, of course. I mean, people like Matt Iglesias are already laying the groundwork for that, right? We lost because we came out to support trans women doing men's sports, and that's the reason we lost. That's what they're going to say. We defunded the police too much. That's going to be their takeaway. Anyway, a lot of fun stuff on the horizon for all of us, though. The depression zone. We lost because of pronouns. Exactly. That's what they're going to say. Eric Adams wants to take over for the 24 election because Biden went too far left. We'd like to joke around about this, but this is going to be the takeaway. Like, to be totally clear. Matt Iglesias recently said the defund the police crowd was right. Well, I don't even think I think he like inadvertently said that, but he said that in the context of like, if these cops were just like hanging around waiting for kids to die in Uvalde, then they were right. But I think he was saying that under the implicit notion that that there was more to the story than that. The UN report on Xinjiang is the most hopeful thing I've read this week. This is all stuff that I want to talk about. The famously tanky genocide deniers of the UN Human Rights Council are at it again, folks. The tanky genocide deniers at the UN Human Rights Council. Summer uprisings might change calculus. Well, it always is just going to depend because we've lived through a number of uprisings or a number of mass mobilizations now. I mean, this is why we always return in this community. We return to that Kwame Ture quote. Because we've seen it, again, I've been paying attention to this shit for 20 years now. And I've seen a number of massive mobilizations. Now, we talk about this often. Mass mobilizations of millions of people. They've been going on for 20 years and haven't actually impacted anything in terms of the economic trajectory that we're on. Or when it comes to social justice or any of these other issues. Has not made one bit of impact. Except maybe in raising people's consciousness, which is not nothing. But that's why we return to that Kwame Ture quote, though, because like these mobilizations will need to become mass organizations in order to actually make a real impact. That's the only thing that the people in power will ever listen to. That's the only thing they're ever going to listen to. Voluntarist girl, I don't even know if you're troll. If your main takeaway from kids being murdered is that taxation is theft, it kind of just seems like you're starting at taxation is theft and then just working backwards from there and trying to find ways to justify it. Although I totally agree that like our actual tax dollars are not used on good things. I agree with that. That doesn't mean that the entire concept of having like a public treasury to pay for public goods and services is inherently a bad thing, though. Let me Okay, so a number of things to get into. We've had a pretty interesting discussion so far, but there's a few specific things that I'd like to talk about. And this is very relevant to what we're talking about here, okay? Very relevant to everything that we're talking about. Shit, I never changed my background. Told myself that I was going to start changing it every week. Here's the first thing that we wanted to talk about. And listen, I don't think it's a coincidence at all. We've seen, especially, like we've seen over our lifetimes, we've seen a normalization of fascism, and I think we've seen that normalization of fascism has really accelerated over the last couple of weeks with the Russia and Ukraine thing, and the whole, the popularization of this kind of like Holocaust revisionism. And kind of openly supporting these fascist groups. It's kind of been it's kind of started to like increase exponentially, this normalization of fascism. And I don't think that it's a coincidence that in this kind of climate, when fascism is being normalized like this, that we're now starting to see mainstream publications in both the New York Post and now the National Post engaging in this kind of genocide denialism. Let's call it what it is. I don't think it's a coincidence, though, that we're starting... Voluntarist girl, please shut the fuck up about taxes, please. Okay, it's annoying. Please shut the fuck up about taxes. Okay? So, I don't think it's a coincidence, though, that we're starting during this period where fascism is becoming normalized. I don't think it's a coincidence that it's okay, Lodan. I know sometimes we don't know exactly when to pull the trigger, but I was kind of getting annoyed there. To go back to what I was saying, I don't think it's a coincidence that during this period where fascism is being normalized, taxation is still theft. Just followed me. Fuck's sake. Jesus Christ. Anyway, I don't think it's a coincidence that as this process is going on right now of the normalization of fascism, we're seeing now people becoming more comfortable in Canada, whether it's Terry Glavin or Tristan Hopper here. Noted raccoon killer Tristan Hopper is now engaging in this kind of like open genocide revisionism about this idea of residential schools and the residential school graves. So I would just like to talk about this. Is in the New York Post as well. Okay, this was Tristan Hopper's thing in the National Post. But we have the New York Post engaging in this kind with Terry Glavin. Engaging in this kind of like now genocide denialism. Openly engaging in this kind of genocide denialism. So, and this is over the idea of the mass graves outside of residential schools. And I would just like to say, we don't need to like dig too deep into this like this new trend of denying this genocide. We've seen others like Lauren Southern engage in this kind of thing as well, to talk about the hoax of the residential school graves and stuff like this. I would just like to say, the entire crux of this argument is that this is some kind of mass hoax or mass fake news, because some people in the media and politics, and you know what, maybe I'm guilty of this as well. Some people in the media and politics made the mistake of using the phrase mass graves about these residential schools. when the correct terminology about it, because we're not talking about mass graves filled with, hundreds of thousands of people. We're talking about many, many individual unmarked graves. And maybe I'm guilty about this as well. I think I've probably used the term mass graves as well, which I understand if I have used that to talk about indigenous genocide in the residential schools. I use that term incorrectly. Okay, so I may be guilty of this as well, of incorrectly using the term mass graves. But now you have people like this. Okay, this is Dana Kennedy in the New York Post. They're all based on this thing from Terry Glavin. This is the crux of the argument, that there are no such thing as mass graves outside these residential schools. And while I do understand that there is a distinction, when I debated Charlie Kirk, he literally tried to laugh off the genocide of indigenous people. Well, they're all latching onto this kind of, in typical conservative dipshit debate bro fashion, they're latching onto this like pedantic argument about language rather than the actual reality of what we're talking about here. So because some people, again, possibly even myself, have incorrectly used this term mass graves, they've used this as evidence that this is all some kind of fake news. This is a thing that's debunked, is a hoax. It's a hoax that indigenous people and the media are responsible for engaging in. And while I agree that those are two different things, the reality is, when we're talking about these unmarked individual graves outside of residential schools, we're still talking about thousands of these unmarked individual graves. We're still talking about thousands of indigenous kids that were taken from their families, that went missing in many cases, that never returned to their families. These families never got any closure about what happened to them. We're still talking about, setting aside the graves, just the process of kidnapping children from their families and trying to deliberately destroy their culture. That's genocidal in and of itself. Nevertheless, though, there have been thousands of individual unmarked graves uncovered outside these residential schools. That remains true. And this whole argument is based on this kind of pedantry to talk about why this is apparently a hoax. And again, possibly I've been guilty about this as well. But the reality is, when you're talking about thousands of individual unmarked graves, you're still talking about a mass amount of people. You're still talking about a genocide. You're still talking about a genocidal project. You're still talking about thousands of indigenous kids who were buried in individual unmarked graves. And again, regardless of what term you want to use, the reality is, not just when it comes to residential schools, but this entire country and the entire country of the United States is built on one gigantic mass grave. That's the reality. Regardless of whatever pedantic language argument you're going to make about what constitutes a mass grave and what doesn't. That's fucking ridiculous. And now the right wingers have now latched onto this idea that the entire concept of indigenous genocide, the genocide of indigenous peoples in Canada and the United States, is some kind of like hoax or fake news that they've debunked. Australia too. So the distinction doesn't matter. We're still talking about thousands of people. Or when you're talking about the genocide of indigenous people, we're actually talking about hundreds of thousands or millions of people. We're talking about how Canada and the United States wrote the book on fascism through its ethnic cleansing of these lands and through this genocidal process of mass murder and this residential school system, which was affecting indigenous people in Canada and the United States, and which led to the kidnapping and disappearance and murder of thousands upon thousands of indigenous kids. And regardless of where they're buried, whether they're buried in a mass grave along with hundreds of thousands of other indigenous people that were murdered, or whether they're buried in thousands of individual unmarked graves, you're still talking about the same process of murder and genocide. And this like pathetic fixation on the language aspect of it is that's genocide denial. Again, the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, the report on missing and murdered indigenous women and girls firmly established that a genocidal project was taking place. Like, the idea of even pretending that that's not something that happened is completely ahistorical in the first place. Regardless of any of this stuff about residential schools, we know that a genocide took place. We know that our society is founded by genocide. The idea that anyone would question that is fucking preposterous in and of itself. But this is the new form this is now taken. This is the form this is taken now, where it's like people are engaged or feel comfortable enough engaging again in mainstream media platforms in this kind of genocide denial by pointing out that there's people in the media, again, possibly even myself have maybe made this mistake as well, who use the term mass graves rather than thousands of individual unmarked graves. So mea culpa for me. I apologize if I ever use the wrong fucking terminology, but the pretending that any of that means that a genocide didn't take place or that residential schools weren't a central cog in our genocidal, murderous, ethnic cleansing project that built this country, it's just fucking preposterous to ever suggest that. You know? And it's the height of pedantic, debate bro, conservative, libertarian bullshit to fixate on this kind of a thing in order to cover up the fact that our civilization is founded on mass murder and theft. I mean, it was a somewhat ironic mea culpa, but I appreciate your point, Duttmeister. It gives them an ounce of legitimacy they don't deserve. They are mass graves. Well, that's what I mean. It's like, that's how else would you describe? You can describe thousands of individual unmarked graves or not. What we're describing is the fact that these schools led to, that there's thousands of indigenous kids that were taken away from their families and are buried outside these schools. There's been, again, plenty of research in the TRRS and in the report on missing and murdered indigenous women and girls that have focused on residential schools extensively and interviewed thousands of indigenous people who were connected to these schools. And they all know people that went missing. They all know people that died. This is a real phenomenon that happened. And these fucking fascists will not be able to change that history. Even though I think it's sickening to me that they feel comfortable engaging in this level of genocide denial. You know, it's sickening to me that we've gotten to a point in our society where people feel comfortable writing in the newspaper or going on Twitter or Twitch and talking about these things and engaging in this kind of genocide denial. It makes me sick that people feel comfortable with that. It's not a mass grave. It's a discrete quantity of individual graves. Oh, how many? I don't know, like a mass of them. Like, it's just preposterous that we're talking about this. Individual graves just means a sustained genocide, doesn't it? Yeah, I mean, it doesn't change the meaning of anything. IMO, their current denial of the most obvious genocide in history demonstrates their active desire to rebirth such efforts. I mean, you can tell that a lot of these folks resent the fact that we're meant to feel guilty about this. Obviously, they don't feel guilty, but they resent the fact that we're supposed to still talk about this, or they can't just be openly proud. They can't just be openly proud of their ancestors that built this society on this mountain of corpses. You know, that's why they have to deny the genocide. I mean, it's the same thing that Holocaust deniers do as well. And you're right, it is sophistry and sophistry and debate bro shit. It's true. But it's the exact same thing that Holocaust deniers do, right? It's sort of a 1-2 punch of genocide denial, where they basically say, no, the genocide never happened, but if it did happen, they deserve it. Right? That's what Holocaust deniers say about the Jews and other victims of the Holocaust in fascist Germany and Italy and elsewhere. And that's what they say about this genocide as well. They say, no, this genocide never happened, but if it did, they were barbarians, they were engaging in human sacrifice, they didn't really own the land, and they deserved it. And we gave them civilization, they should be thankful for it. Right? It's the exact same language, the exact same rhetoric of genocide denial. We see the same from AIPAC re-Palestine. Yeah, it's the same thing. It's the same rhetoric that we're seeing in Israel-Palestine right now. And of course, it's not a coincidence that the people that are engaging in this kind of genocide denial here in North America are fervent Zionists as well. One, it never happened. Two, it never happened, but if it had, it would have been justified. Three, okay, maybe it happened, but not as badly as you're making it out, and it was justified. Four, yes, it happened, fuck off. Yeah, that's pretty much. Seeing huge ramping up of Holocaust revisionism. Well, that was the point I was trying to make earlier on, Sam. It's like, I don't think it's a coincidence that these two things are happening at the same time. We're seeing this mass normalization of fascism taking place right now in the context of this Ukraine conflict. It's been this opportunity to have this present this kind of very revisionist version of events that took place in the Holocaust and World War II. You've seen this all of a sudden, this revisionism when it comes to figures like Stepan Bandera and these like Ukrainian ultranationalists that participated in the Holocaust. You've seen people like Michael McFaul, who was the fucking ambassador to the Soviet Union, going on about Putin and saying like, well, at least Hitler didn't kill ethnic Germans, basically, which is engaging in open Holocaust revisionism and is basically making the exact same argument about Jews and socialists and Roma people and other victims of the Holocaust that the Nazis themselves were making. The U.S. literally teaches double genocide theory in school. Most Americans believe overt Nazi propaganda. Absolutely. And I just feel like that's been now accelerated. And also saying Hitler isn't that bad. Yeah, I just feel like it's all this stuff is accelerated now. We're in kind of like an end game of this rise of modern fascism in our culture. Where all the artifice, we're in the process right now of all that artifice being stripped away. I suppose there's a 4A. Yes, it happened, but it was a really long time ago, and the left has been politicizing this for decades. Time to just acknowledge it and let it go. Here's a holiday. Yeah, of course. And of course, ruling classes only feel the need to get to that point once their power is, once the project of ethnic cleansing is not really under threat anymore. And they've fully cemented their grip on the land. And they've firmly, unequivocally established their settler colony. Then you can acknowledge and say, we apologize for the mistakes of the past, and then you move on from it. Breaks my heart seeing the ostensible left fall for it every time. I mean, learning the sort of language around the compatible left has been a real eye-opener, I think. And it's been being able to see in real time the compatible left operating as it becomes more and more obvious what's going on, you know? The amount of YouTube infograph videos out there claiming Mao and Stalin killed more people than Hitler is insane. Yeah, I mean, that's always been the sort of central premise of our Western propaganda, right? Which is that Hitler was bad. We helped defeat Hitler because we're against fascism and we're the good guys. And also, we defeated communism and socialism because they're even worse than Hitler, actually. We worked with them a little. We kind of worked with them. We did most of the work to defeat fascism, and then we defeated them as well because they're kind of another form of fascism. And we grow up in our Western settler colonies. That's the version of history that we're taught, and I think a lot of people internalized it. which is exactly why I think it's important to relitigate all this historical stuff, even though sometimes people suggest that maybe this is like a endless quagmire or something. I actually think it's important to relitigate the history that we've been taught. And to talk about these controversial figures in the history of socialism and start to really question what we've been told about some of these people. And people say, don't ever talk about that. You make us look crazy. But I think it's important. Because when you understand this, what this propaganda is, you understand why it exists and why it's been put in place. Indian forced famines were never taught to me. What a deep horror. Well, that's the thing. Certain famines were taught to us, right? If you learn about famines in the 20th century, we get taught about you learn about the Holodomor, which has now been taken the form of this intentional program of genocide and starvation. That's what we now understand about this incident. And then every other famine is kind of swept under the rug that were deliberately caused by capitalism in India, in Ireland, in Korea. All these famines which were deliberately caused by Western forces, which led to millions of deaths. We get taught literal Nazi propaganda, like propaganda the Nazis created. I know. And that's a weird realization, I think, eventually to come to. And it's exactly why I think it's important to relitigate this, even if it makes people uncomfortable. It makes people really uncomfortable to relitigate this. But I think it's important that we do it. Also, we couldn't disown Mao and Stalin even if we wanted to. Any position to the left of hunting proletarians for sport will be conflated with Stalinism, so the only effective retort is Chad, yes. Well, that's what I mean. It never gave the left any credibility to become anti-Stalinists or to become the anti-communist left. It's not like that ever gave leftists in the West any credibility whatsoever or led to any material gains for like working people or marginalized people ever. All it did was divide the left and make it impossible for the left to actually accomplish anything ever. So yes, you do have to just accept these figures, and you have to accept them as being imperfect figures as well. And you have to accept that mistakes happened in these processes of building socialism in the USSR and in China. Mistakes happened. There were contradictions. People died. Yeah. And rather than just disavowing these entire projects, which involved actually uplifting many millions of people as well, rather than just disavowing them in order to have some kind of fake credibility in the West, it's important, I think, to more understand the reality of what happened, understand the mistakes that happened, and understand that everything is part of this process of building socialism that we need to learn from. So when and if we get an opportunity to build these same or similar institutions, we can not fall into the same mistakes. Like, let's have an actual understanding of these things that happen that's not informed by propaganda. We do need to learn from these guys, absolutely. It just created deranged people who call themselves pro-NATO leftists because they're geopolitically fully embedded into world police propaganda. That's exactly right, Ryan. It's exactly right. And it's been a lot, like we've been talking about on this channel, it's been really a bizarre feeling, I think, over the last 2+ months, while this invasion kicked off, to see this kind of emerge where it was maybe more hidden before. Everyone on the left has to look at those figures and learn from them, and not just in a wholly negative way. These figures were believers in socialism 100%. It wasn't just cynical narrative that we hear in the West. That's why Stalin is an interesting figure to talk about as well, because like you get in some thorny territory when you get into like the purges, Stalinist purges, and many of these old Bolsheviks, including like close allies of Lenin, people that fought really hard to win revolution and create the Soviet Union, got purged during this period. Is pretty ugly. At the same time, that's kind of like unavoidable. At the same time, who held the Soviet Union together through World War II? Who held that alliance together? Who held that society together and kept it from being destroyed? Would the Soviet Union have lasted past World War II without that kind of militant enforcement?
This is some guy, Rob Russo, some leftist based in Canada. I was turned on to
and
this
as soon as he was gone, of course, was the beginning of the end for the whole project. The moment he was out of the picture, that was the beginning of the end for the whole thing. Thank you very much for the raid, Step Back History. Thank you, Step Back History, for the raid. Good time to join. We're talking about some historical stuff right now. I personally can't forgive Stalin for overseeing the recriminalization of abortion and homosexuality, and the West doesn't fucking highlight those when trying to monster him, and they don't simply just negate his achievements. Yeah, it's also hard and I agree with you on that as well. Those were obviously horrible decisions. It's a little bit hard to lecture when we're living in the West, and we were also extremely reactionary and socially conservative in that way as well. Gay rights have only started to advance really in the last few decades in our own culture. USSR won World War II. Then the US said, let's bomb 2 civilian cities and pretend we won it instead. And you have to imagine how insane a generation of people would believe that would turn out to be. And that's how you get here. That's actually a good way of putting it, Ryan. They're also lead poisoned as well, the whole generation. The whole generation just got lead poisoned. That's how they were able to swindle them with that one. Compatible left types love to fixate on homosexuality and abortion in the USSR. Yeah, or, talk about Castro in Cuba and how initially they were very hostile to gay rights as well, which is something that I think they evolved on, and Castro himself evolved on and literally apologized for. Yeah, these are terrible mistakes, but it's it's a little bit rich for us to be in the West and lecture other cultures about not respecting gay rights. This is literally something that we just figured out over the last few decades. Relic, this is the main thing. This comes up a lot on the channel, doesn't it? Leftists not throwing their support behind China now and not seeing how BRI is probably the best project humanity is undertaking just makes me sad. BRI is in the process of ending colonization, and yet leftists in the West think it is decolonization. It's one of the main things we talk about a lot on the show for that reason, Relic. It's one of the main reasons that I've decided to, whatever platform I have on Twitter or Twitch or anything, I've wanted to use that in order to push back against that and try and convince people to join us on the right side of history when it comes to that. And I think I've had a little bit of success doing it. Obviously not to the level that it needs to have, but I am actually proud of this show and this community for carving out a space here on Twitch where we can have that kind of analysis. And we're not intimidated by anyone yelling at us about tankyism or authoritarianism or none of that bullshit that people get obsessed with on here. Figured out as we're being made effectively where not literally illegal. And that's a great point, one who reads. It's another way that we can and should criticize historical movements for being bad on gay rights. But not only did we just recently embrace gay rights, but we're literally taking rights away from gay people and trans people in this process right now while fascism is emerging in our own societies. So it's a little rich, I think, to lecture any other culture about that kind of thing when these rights haven't even been secured in our own culture and they're literally being taken away. This recent propaganda campaign is really bad. Well, let's pivot to talking about that. Finally, though, I would just like to say to these residential school deniers, they're fucking genocide deniers. And as perverse as it is for this idea of genocide denial, which has been wielded against people that have like a somewhat dialectical materialist understanding of history. When you talk about things like the Holodomor, or you talk about what's happening in China, you inevitably get talked about as a genocide denier, as people have called me and everything. The actual genocide deniers are the people right now engaging in this kind of residential school revisionism and engaging in a mass media project to suggest that the genocide of indigenous peoples is somehow a hoax because of this pedantic language hang up about the use of the word mass graves versus individual unmarked graves. These are the fucking genocide deniers. And it's really alarming that this is going on while fascism is being normalized so much in our culture. Oh, you know what? Sorry, before we get to this, you know what? I just remembered I had a thread that I wanted to take a look at about this indigenous residential school issue as well. So just give me a moment, and then we can switch to the China and the UN human rights chief in China in just a moment. So this is Daniela Zalkman on Twitter. Says, so this is a response to the New York Post piece, the biggest fake news story in Canada. This is the one we were looking at. Yeah. So this is her response. You do not legally have the right to use that photo bracket photo. I think they actually changed the photo since the last time I looked at this. I've interviewed 300 plus boarding school survivors, and every single person had classmates who died or disappeared. This piece is grotesque and unethical. Like, there's been extensive research into this to find out, to talk about survivors of this residential school system. And engaging in this denialism is absolutely fucking pathetic. And it's honestly disgusting. Anyone that engages in this kind of residential school denialism should be removed from polite society. And once again, shout out to our debate bro friends on Twitch for platforming Lauren Southern so she could engage in this exact same denialism. Just a scumbag person. So here's Sean Carlton, settler historian and Indigenous Studies at U Manitoba. So he says, since Terry Glavin goes out of his way to say that his most recent piece, and this was the one that triggered this. I was trying to find it before, but this was the piece. The Year of the Graves, how the world's media got it wrong on residential school graves. The coverage triggered protests, church arsons, and condemnation from Canada's bad faith rivals. But last summer's reporting on the country's long-acknowledged historic shame had little to do with what happened. It's from Terry Glavin. To start, residential school denialism is not, as Daniel Health, Justice, and I have explained, the outright denial of the Indian residential school system's existence. It is rather an attempt to misrepresent basic IRS facts info to undermine truth and reconciliation. We argue residential school denialists employ an array of rhetorical arguments. The endgame of denialism is to obscure truth about Canada's IRS system in ways that ultimately protect the status quo as well as guilty parties. This is what Glavin does. The rhetorical device Glavin uses in this piece is false framing. To cast doubt on abuses and deaths at IRS, which have already been well documented, Glavin focuses on a media mistake, that some outlets initially reported findings as mass graves rather than unmarked graves. This was and continues to be an error. Communities were clear that they were locating unmarked graves, but Glavin in his piece begins with a false frame suggesting that a New York Times article, Mass Grave of Indigenous Children Reported in Canada, is how it all began. He claims that the NYT article was the first story about the confirmation of unmarked graves by Tecumlup's Sequempic. This is incorrect, but it allows him to then argue that everything in the last year was done based on this mistake and should thus be discredited. From that false frame, Glavin then chooses only to focus on errors made by the media, and there are many, to feed his narrative that, while seemingly about correcting media bias, actually serves to cast doubt on work being done by communities and for reconciliation. The basic formula Glavin uses is this: mass graves equals error equals there is no issue. He employs this formula to distract attention away from the unmarked graves being confirmed at many former residential schools, and that most people rightly find this shocking and abhorrent. In short, Glavin's piece is textbook denialism. He uses a false frame to argue that this is all overblown, rooted in error, and that there are more important things to focus on, as he suggests in the conclusion. This is a classic distraction tactic used by denialists. Now, journalists and all of us need to be careful about the language we use because mistakes fuel denialism. But when Glavin takes aim at the media, he's also the media, and his false framing here and use of other denialist talking points needs to be challenged. We need truth before reconciliation. The use of residential school denialism by many journalists, politicians, and even some of my fellow historians needs to be identified and confronted. As usual, as an IRS historian and expert on residential school denialism, I'm offering to engage with any open and honest questions here, DM, email, etc. This is a hard time for many doing hard work, so if I can be of service to promote education, hit me up. I'll be most happy to identify any questions point you have in the direction of excellent and trustworthy sources of information from experts and survivors themselves. There are many resources out there. And he says, an update. Glavin has a Substack. Of course he does. After publishing his hit piece, he pumps his own tires before admitting to using the false frame I identified above and promising more denialism behind a paywall. Dishonest, despicable, so much for journalistic integrity. And maybe Sean could be someone interesting to talk about this, actually. That's the point, though. I just wanted to read that piece because I was looking more sort of a concise piece from an actual historian about this that I wanted to read ensure we read before moving on. That is the point, though, which is that the denialists about this are engaging in this effort, fully fixating on this language issue about mass graves versus individual graves. Regardless of whatever, if you want to call that a mistake or not, this country, this culture, and our society is built on one giant mass grave, and nothing about the pedantics about this argument or the semantics of what these words mean or what a mass grave is versus thousands of unmarked individual graves. Nothing about that will ever change that fact. And people like Terry Glavin or anyone that is engaging in this is engaging in genocide denialism and is a monster. So, I mean, focusing on this idea of genocide, I think is important as well when we talk about this next subject of China and the U.S. Concern that they're showing about these human rights abuses, or as many folks in the West have called it, genocide in Xinjiang of the Uyghur people. And you have people in Canada, for instance, that have tried to make this link between, if you care about the genocide of indigenous peoples, you must care about this in genocide as well. So we have a number of people across the ideological spectrum who have been promoting this idea as well about genocide in Xinjiang. And I've talked extensively about this over the last week or two, especially as the visit from the human rights chief was occurring. And I've talked about where all this information is coming from. Like as I pointed out, with the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, with the report on missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls, you have extensive research by Indigenous people from these communities, talking to people in these communities, and meticulously documenting the stories and evidence for this genocide that's taken place through countless interviews, and understanding exactly why that fits into the framework of what the word genocide means. There's been extensive work and research done on this. When it comes to China and this issue of Xinjiang, what we have is the research being done by CIA-backed think tanks and groups such as the Victims of Communism Foundation and the ASPI, and these Western-backed, they're backed by the intelligence community, they're backed by the arms manufacturing industry, these highly ideological reactionary efforts to suggest that there is some kind of comparable genocide happening in Xinjiang, which ultimately is pursuing the project of destabilization and eventual balkanization of China, which is being made for specific ideological reasons, as China is on the verge of competing with and ultimately replacing the U.S. and the West as this official global economic hegemon, right? So this is a highly well organized and well funded smear campaign that's being engaged for these very political and ideological reasons. And none of that to say is that there's no human rights issues at all, or that nothing bad has happened, as I've said many, many times. But the question is there this genocide going on? You know, the people that have claimed that there is a genocide, the Victims of Communism Foundation, Mike Pompeo, the former head of the CIA, these groups like World Uyghur Congress that are sponsored by the NED, which is a CIA cutout. These are the folks that are propagating this narrative. And my point simply is, when it comes to this stuff, that groups that are funded by the NED or the Victims of Communism Foundation or these Western-backed think tanks that are backed by the arms manufacturing industry are just not legitimate sources of information to talk about this. Okay? It's just not legitimate. I'd be interested to talk about the idea of whether that's offensive to people from the region, the idea of balkanization. I think the whole point I would be interested to hear from Marina about this specifically. I think the whole point of using the term balkanization is because it's a process that the West kind of engaged in these former socialist states, which was a human rights disaster for millions of people. And that's the exact same process that they want to carry out when it comes to Xinjiang and Hong Kong and Tibet and all these other places in China. It's racist? Okay, well, I don't want to be racist, but that was my understanding of it anyways, but I can stop doing that. Regardless, that's why this accusation is being made. Is to destabilize and eventually try and separate this state into several smaller Western colonies. Right? That's the purpose of this why this accusation is being made. The current media line is about 1 million in forced labor and women being forcibly sterilized, read given removable IUDs, and that latter part is the only part that even tips it into UN identified genocide, even if you take it at face value. I think that's one issue here, is that even if you take all these accusations at face value, which I don't think we should, when it's coming from these kinds of sources connected to the intelligence community, sources connected to,
you can count on me. You're gonna have good old
arms manufacturing
to
industry.
talk you through all this.
Proudly continuing my membership in the Cone of Camaraderie.
I don't think it is legitimate, but even if you do take it at face value, when you compare it to if you compare it to our own genocide of indigenous peoples, there's no fucking comparison there, nor is there a comparison when it comes to the barbarity of the Western War on Terror as well, and the millions of people that were killed and the tens of millions of people that were displaced throughout the Western world on terror, the Western War on Terror, and all the bombings and invasions and destabilization, mass murder, torture, surveillance, imprisonment in places like Guantanamo and these black site torture prisons. I mean, even if you take everything about this story at face value, which we should not do, and you compare it to this, I mean, there's no fucking comparison. There's no comparison whatsoever. So the funny thing that's happening here now is, what has been China saying now about this human right, with all these accusations now for some time, which is that just come and investigate what's going on. They've repeatedly said we're open to having an investigation as long as it's not a guilty before proven innocent thing, where you've come to the conclusion that genocide is happening and you're coming there to just find whatever evidence you can to prove that accusation, which is, I think, a pretty fair thing to request. I think that's a pretty fair request. So now you have actually this process where the UN has been sending. Oh, sorry. By the way, I was on a rant there, and I didn't say thank you to Sikalufakis for the 7 months of Prime, the cone of camaraderie. We love it. Thank you, Sikalufakis. Very much appreciated. The US and the UK, they only said, "Come look, we're not doing genocide," because they are. That's right. And again, when it comes to this accusation, you just need to look at that map of who has criticized China for their policies in Xinjiang versus who supports this policy. And it's just the same map. It's the same map that we always see. It's North America, it's Canada, the US, and Western Europe and Australia making the accusation. And it's literally the whole rest of the world being like, this is none of our business and we don't agree with that assessment. Which pretty much says it all right there. So now you have this process where the UN has sent their human rights chief to this region to see what's been going on. And you had all these NED-backed groups like World Uyghur Congress saying like, no, don't come, because now you're just being part of this like propaganda thing. And you have Western media freaking out. You have Western diplomats like Anthony Blinken, while this has been going on, to ensure that they make these accusations again and make sure that's in the news cycle. We had that big release of information last week, right as this was going on at the exact same moment. Right at the exact same moment, right? These new accusations come out in BBC and elsewhere about this big leak, which apparently Adrian Zenz, some unknown leaker, gave this information to Adrian Zenz, who turned it into this big emerging, shocking new details, which were all released while this human rights visit is going on. I mean, it should be so fucking clear what's going on here. I still amazed that people don't get it, but here we are again. So you have all these folks saying like, no, don't go visit. You have this competing narrative being released at the exact same moment in Western media as this visit was going on. And now you have these accusations being made by people that the UN human rights chief, Michelle Bachelet, is now engaging in some kind of like Chinese propaganda campaign. Let me find some of these clips. So this is what now these like NED-backed groups are saying about this. Beijing's propaganda machine has outwitted the UN human rights chief on her visit to China, campaigners say, leaving the envoy accused of playing a role in whitewashing abuses against minorities in Xinjiang. This from the AFP. And again, what are these campaigners? Who is saying this? Let's look into who's saying this. Beijing's propaganda machine has outwitted the UN human rights chief on her visit to China, campaigners say, leaving the envoy accused of playing a role in whitewashing abuses against minorities in Xinjiang. Michelle Bachelet's long-planned trip this week has taken her to the far western region, where Beijing is accused of imprisoning over 1 million Uyghurs and other Muslim minorities, forcibly sterilizing women, and running labor camps that fuel global supply chains. The United States and multiple Western lawmakers have labeled the actions a genocide, allegations vehemently denied by China, which says it only conducted necessary security operations to squash extremism and beef up development. And once again, all these measures that we're talking about here that were put into place after there were a series of terrorist attacks in this region, which were affecting predominantly Uyghurs. Why were these terrorist attacks happening? Well, partially the reason that was happening was because the region became destabilized exactly because of the United States invasion of Afghanistan during the war on terror. So all of these policies were put into place because of these very real terrorist attacks that were occurring, which led to thousands of deaths in this region. Extremism brought to the region by the Afghanistan CIA chief 25 years ago. A very important point. A terrorist group recognized by the West until 2020. A very important point. I would also say the United States Western lawmakers have labeled the actions a genocide. And while like the Canadian government has done that, and you've had people like Mike Pompeo use the word genocide to describe what's happening, the actual United States State Department has said, we don't know if there's a genocide going on. To be clear. Here's our proof of the genocide is real. Some pictures of people in jail. I mean, we didn't even go into the details of it. To me, it should be enough, Sam, when these big leaks happen and say, oh, don't look away from this. Look at all this new evidence about this. To me, it's just enough to look at where it's coming from. And just to say, like, if it's coming from the Victims of Communism Foundation and there's no other way to verify into this, then it's not legitimate. That's just my view of it. But yeah, like there were people that were going actually into these documents and pointing out the ways that they had been doctored, that there was no way of knowing like what these images were of or anything like that. There was many people like going into the documents to debunk exactly these leaks. To me, the point is like, you could like that people can do that obviously, but the point for me is like, is it coming from a legitimate source? If the source is the Victims of Communism Foundation, no, it isn't. So you can just ignore it, especially the timing of it while it's being released in Western media while this investigation is taking place. I mean, it's clear to me what is going on there. You don't need to, if it says Dens on the paper, I'm sorry, it's not legitimate. Like I'm sorry to say. But here's the key thing, right? Bachelor has come under fire from rights groups and Uyghurs overseas. So these Uyghur groups overseas who don't actually live in that region are very up in arms about this. Who say she's been suckered into a slickly choreographed Communist Party tour, including a conversation with President Xi Jinping, later portrayed in state media as a mutual endorsement of China's high ideals on rights. And here it is, okay? The goal is to show the world that it can bend a top UN human rights official, and thus the very concept of human rights, to its will, said Maya Wang, senior China researcher at Human Rights Watch. So you got Human Rights Watch involved in this, backed by the US government. And we have London-based Uyghur activist Rahima Mahmoud slammed the visit as window dressing. This is not the neutral, independent, unfettered investigation that we were promised, she told AFP. And who is this? Rahima Mahmoud, singer, translator, human rights activist, UK director of the Uyghur Congress. What's the World Uyghur Congress? And who funds the World Uyghur Congress? The NED. Okay? World Uyghur Congress. They're funded by the National Endowment for Democracy, a CIA cutout. So these are how these stories get laundered in Western press. This is when the words of these dissidents get laundered into Western press. And it's always through, again, Western capitalist press, which has time and time again shown that they will, engage in this kind of propaganda on behalf of the state. And you have them using sources from the Victims of Communism Foundation or these NED-backed groups. Bachelet was a former Chilean conservative president. She was always going to be a stooge for the U.S. Well, this is what the question we need to ask right now. Okay? This is the question. I think if you're someone that's like alarmed by this, or if you're a person that's like found yourself being swayed by this narrative, if you're a person that say loves to reply to me on Twitter with screenshots of my like horrific genocide denialism as a way to own me. If you're someone that's really been caught up in this is the question you need to ask yourself here. Here's the question. Is the UN human rights chief a former conservative presidential candidate? Is the UN human rights chief part of some tanky conspiracy theory? Some kind of tanky conspiracy to pretend that this massive human rights crime isn't actually happening? Or has this always been a Western-backed propaganda smear campaign to try and destabilize the society that is on the verge of supplanting the US and the Western alliance as the like undisputed global hegemon. One of these two things is happening. And if you're someone that's been very swayed by this, I would really ask yourself to take a look inward and really, really ask which one of these outcomes do you think is more likely? Is the UN human rights chief part of a tanky conspiracy to cover up this massive crime? Which again relies on evidence being accumulated by these CIA-backed groups. And has not led to any like refugee caravans or mass migrations. You know, this is a heavily populated part of the world that many people, that like millions of people visit every single year. What is more likely here? Is the UN part of a tanky conspiracy now, or did you fall for a Western narrative that was never accurate and was never interested at all in protecting or defending human rights, but was about protecting and defending Western hegemony? What is the more likely scenario here? If you're someone that's been skeptical about this, or someone that's been critical of me for talking about this issue, I would ask you to ask yourself this question. What's the more likely outcome? Is this a Western propaganda narrative, or is now the UN human rights chief part of a tanky conspiracy theory to do genocide denial? This is the question that you need to ask yourself, okay? No, she was outwitted and deceived. It's right in the article. Okay, well, that leads to more questions, too. It's like, what needs to happen? Is there literally anything? Is there anything or anyone that could start openly sort of questioning this that would lead people to reevaluate the possibility that they've been misled on it? Did you just deny a right to self-determination, my dude? Well, that's the thing. Unelectable airwaves, people have told themselves that, you know, well, you just, you know, if people want to form their own, if they want to form some breakaway civilization or breakaway society, you're going to West-splain them? You're going to West-splain them, these like Uyghur independence activists? But again, we only want to listen to certain dissidents, don't we? We don't want to listen to every single person in this region, because when Uyghur people that live in Xinjiang, when they say, actually, there's not a genocide happening here, we're actually quite comfortable here. There's actually been millions and millions and millions of dollars. There's been significant resources devoted to developing this region and making our lives better over the last several decades in every ethnicity that lives here, right? When Uyghurs come and say that in the media or elsewhere, we say, well, you've been like brainwashed. You're brainwashed. You know, you're a paid propagandist. We don't consider that like a legitimate viewpoint for people that actually live in this region. The only thing we consider legitimate is these CIA-backed separatist groups, or these CIA-backed think tanks and research groups that are doing this research in the first place. This is the only thing legit. And anyone that says anything outside of that, whether they're with the UN, whether they are actually Uyghur people that live in Xinjiang, we don't want to hear a fucking word from them. Right? Because I don't think that there is this consensus that people want to separate. There is certainly a highly reactionary group that has a massive media megaphone to promote this idea that Uyghurs do want to have their own society. They want to turn it into East Turkestan or whatever. But like, they're the only people that we consider legitimate to weigh in on this. And anyone that promotes another viewpoint of this is just hand waved away as being like, well, you're just a propagandist. You don't count. Your opinion doesn't count. This feels like a false dichotomy. How so? I wholeheartedly believe the government in exile of East Turkestan with its headquarters in DC. This is what people sound like to me. This is what people sound like to me when they start talking about this. Or like that, again, I don't want to make this about me and my fucking Twitter mentions, or like that guy who loves to post screenshots of my statements about this. When I express concern that our government is joining together to accuse this country of genocide based on reports from these NED-backed groups. And I say, I'm not very comfortable with this. And for people that then post screenshots of research that has been promoted by the Victims of Communism Foundation. And this is supposed to be the thing that sways me on this. It's literally the same thing they try to do with the president of Venezuela. It's what they try to do with every fucking place that they're trying to destabilize. So what I don't get, it's the same process. It's literally the exact same thing every single time. Like, it's also the same thing the U.S. did when we had bin Laden chilling on golf resorts in the U.S. Of course it is. Yeah. Of course it is. How dare you be concerned with the U.S.'s proven track record of trying to destroy every country? Well, that's the thing, bigger wig. Like, people say, like, you don't care about human rights, Rob. Well, you don't care about these human rights abuses. And allowing this region to be completely destabilized. Again, there's Western companies now that are pulling out because they're so paralyzed by the discourse around this that they're pulling out of factories that they've built in this region, which were giving good jobs to people in the region, including Uyghur people. So you scare these countries from investing in this development. You lead to further economic chaos. You take away jobs and opportunities from people and then try to encourage more dissent because of this destabilization. This is imperialism. This is Western imperialism. We've seen the same process all throughout the world for decades. Or in this case as well, we encourage the destabilization because of our own imperialist aggression in Afghanistan. You could argue there's these Western trained and funded groups that carry out these terrorist attacks in the first place. And then when China responds to these attacks with this program that they put in place to deal with this level of this kind of extremism, and then we hold up our hands when that moment comes and say, oh, look at these barbarians. Look at these barbaric people that don't care about human rights. But for people that complain about human rights, that's the whole point. This would be, as it always has been, time and time again, a human rights disaster. If they were able somehow to carve off this region and turn it into East Turkestan, it would be a human rights disaster. It would just become another IMF colony. It would be great for the ruling class that would emerge in that situation, and it would be absolute shit for everyone else, all the working class people that are there currently. It would be a fucking human rights abomination. So that's what I would ask people, though, that people that have been caught up in this, about what you think is going on with this UN thing. And also, this thread was really interesting as well, the way the exact same thing happened with UN weapons inspector Hans Blix, who was inspecting Iraq prior to the invasion of Iraq and was actually like, no, they do not have weapons of mass destruction. And people said the exact same thing. Did the person that said it was a false dichotomy, did they ever answer that? I didn't hear anything else. So let's not forget that the chief of the UN weapons inspector, Hans Blix, was also vilified and smeared after declaring he and his team couldn't find any WMD in Iraq. The writer of this article that is full of ad hominem attacks on Blix is a former deputy prime minister of Sweden. Can a wimp disarm Saddam, is the article. Blix is amiable as a sense of humor. Politically, he's weak and easily fooled. I can think of a few European officials less suitable for a showdown with Saddam Hussein. 3. Hans the Timid in the Wall Street Journal. Saddam sending in a dupe to disarm Saddam in Haaretz. The United Nations weapons inspection chief in Iraq have agreed on tentative terms for the conducting of weapons inspections, which in theory could begin as early as 2 weeks from now. But the success of any such deal will depend on how much on the men, but depends as much on the men who will carry out the inspections. The Washington Post, persistent or pushover. Views of Blix's record vary. Richard Pearl, who's the chairman of the Pentagon Advisory Body, said he was outwitted, outsmarted, and outmaneuvered by Saddam Hussein. Exactly the same language. Identical language. The exact same fucking language. He was outwitted, outsmarted, and outmaneuvered by Saddam Hussein. Pearl voiced the private criticisms of Defense Department hawks. The relationship between the IAEA and countries like Iraq is far too cozy. He's too accommodating. Literally the exact same language that they're using right now to describe this current human rights visit in Xinjiang. Small correction, Blix and his team of UN weapons inspectors were still doing their job inside Iraq in the days before the invasion and had to evacuate because the US-led coalition, knowing they wouldn't find WMDs, invaded before their absence would be concluded. Very important correction, comrade. Social distancing. Thank you. Yeah, absolutely. Also, the UN famously always sides with the global south. Of course, yeah. I mean, the UN was put in place so that it could advocate for the global south, but unfortunately, America has used its role as global hegemon to ensure that the UN would bend to their will time and time again. It's just another example of them feeling like they're losing control of this narrative and lashing out in hostility. More, though. From The Guardian, Blix said, I was smeared by the Pentagon. Vilified weapons inspectors may have got it right. UN inspectors found no evidence of prohibited weapons programs. And then more examples of the war on terror. At least 37 million people have been displaced by America's war on terror. This is definitely a very credible country, though, to make criticisms about China's war on terror policies, which, again, I'll say the same fucking disclaimer again, regardless of whether you think that they were great or ideal or respected human rights or didn't respect human rights, there's no comparison. There's no comparison, even if you believe the worst horror stories, as we're being asked to, and which I do not. Even if you believe those horror stories, there's zero comparison with their war on terror strategy and the Western war on terror. None whatsoever. And in fact, I would argue that anyone that did try and suggest that these were somehow similar in any way is engaging in a kind of denialism themselves of the mass murder campaign that was the Western war on terror. I think if you equivocate these two things, you're engaging in a kind of denialism of our own barbarity that we engaged in throughout the war on terror. The truth, China may have swept up innocent family members and friends for the de-radicalization programs, which is a terrible thing. It is. But what the West says, this is the worst crime against humanity ever. And that is where I do not agree. Again. We should use Finland-Norway prison reforms. China uses reformative detention. No, not like that. That's right. That's right. It's actually interesting when I talked to Vijay Prashad about this. He talked about the former Libyan nationalist that kind of started investigating this strategy of de-radicalization. It's a really interesting talk I had with Vijay about this. Someone else who's also been all his nuance about this and all of the great work that he's done talking about human rights elsewhere. This man gets talked about as a genocide denier because he's asked these kind of basic questions. From the Irish Times, America's 20-year war on terror cost $8 trillion and caused 900,000 deaths, report finds. And I think 900,000 is underselling it, considering the amount of civilian casualties just in Iraq. And we're not even talking about the destabilization that led to across the region. Like people that weren't directly killed by U.S. bombs, but were killed in this displacement process, the 37 million that were displaced. Or all these these upheavals with these violent reactionary groups that rose in the midst of all this chaos. So that is the question I would have for folks that have got caught up in this narrative about Xinjiang and the Uyghurs and stuff. That is the question. What do you think is more likely? That this is a Western propaganda campaign that has been trying to destabilize an emerging global power, which is led entirely by CIA-backed groups. And that's not a conspiracy theory. That's not a tinfoil hat conspiracy. That's the reality. This campaign accusing China of genocide has been primarily carried out by CIA-backed groups, or the CIA itself, as in Mike Pompeo. Not even CIA-backed groups. There's not even this plausible deniability. Literally the CIA. They're the ones that have been promoting this narrative. So is that maybe something that we should take with maybe more of a grain of salt? Do we think maybe we should ask some critical questions about that narrative? Or should we just continue to uncritically believe all of this and just assume that the UN human rights chief is being an unwitting dupe who's been duped by this tanky conspiracy, and that the rest of the global south is on board with it just because China's developing their countries? I know which side I fall on that. I try to not uncritically agree with narratives that are being promoted by the CIA. Personally, that's my stance on that. I know it's become very radical. It's become very, very radical to make this kind of claim, but that's my stance on it. Personally, the other option is that all these CIA-backed narratives are 100% true, and the UN human rights chief is now part of this tanky conspiracy to deny this mass human rights atrocity. That's the other option. And again, I know where I come down on, and I would ask people that have been caught up in this to maybe critically reevaluate a couple things about what they've been led to believe on this. I know it's hard to admit you've been duped by things. If you get conned in life, it's kind of embarrassing to admit it. But it's like people can continue to double and triple down on this, or they can admit that there's something more going on here. My point was more so that human rights violations can exist, but the US is certainly morphing and exploiting a potentially genuine issue to cynically benefit its imperialist ambitions, not that it ever cared about people in that region, which would be to the detriment of actual issues that might exist. And yeah, honestly, hashish, radish, I mostly agree with that. Again, like I've talked about, you don't have to like this policy, this like Chinese policy of forcibly detaining people and trying to re-educate them and taking people out of this like reactionary separatist mindset. You can still say that there's human rights abuses in that, and that's something that we should be concerned about. That's never been the question. It's more about like, I think it's like what you said. It's like there's maybe something there that is being cynically weaponized. And we shouldn't just instantly, uncritically accept the most extreme claims about this, especially given where they're coming from, which doesn't actually help us. Like if we wanted to actually have a real conversation about the real human rights issues at play here, perhaps we could do that. When we're jumping to these conclusions about genocide and framing framing China as being like the new Nazi Germany, it makes it impossible to actually talk coherently about the real issue, which leads to the same people. Like if there are human rights not being respected there, it leads that process to just continue because we can't have a serious discussion about it. I also think that if we're going to talk seriously about human rights in China or anyone else, we have to stop committing our own atrocious, disgusting human rights abuses ourselves first and foremost, which we're also not doing. So that's probably something, if we want to be taken seriously, if we want to have a credible discussion about human rights, we need to not be horrific human rights abusers ourselves. But unfortunately, we still are. even the violation accusations are all bullshit. Just look at the Ramadan celebrations in Xinjiang last year. Yeah, and I've seen that kind of stuff as well. Like, again, I know that there are many people in this region whose lives have been improved significantly by this process of development that's taken place over the last several decades. China admitted to mirroring the US and UK anti-terrorist protocols because it had none in place at the time of Xinjiang terrorist attacks. The re-education part came later, and it demonstrates the evolution of the CPC's reaction. Yeah, I think that's an interesting way of looking at it as well. And again, like that's kind of my basic point. We don't have to suggest that all human rights were just fundamentally respected at every stage of this process. You can still take a look at their reaction to this problem of radicalization and violent separatism versus our reaction to it. And again, even if you believe the worst horror stories about Xinjiang, our reaction was significantly more genocidal and barbaric. It was rooted in mass murder and destabilization. And their reaction has not been that. Exploiting, they're creating the situation. I'm betting everything I have that the extremists are funded and trained by the US. Urumqi and Xinjiang in general are a majorly important hub for BRI to go west. It's exactly why it needs to be sabotaged. Yeah, that would fit a pattern of behavior. I don't think it should be conspiratorial or extreme to wonder about that kind of thing, Relic. That would fit a long-standing pattern of behavior on the part of the West. Funding and training extremist groups to carry out violent atrocities, which you then use to your political benefit. They literally are funded and trained by the US. I don't even think that's even a conspiracy at this point. I think people in the West can't comprehend China acts with the motive to improve the lives of its citizens and building global cooperation and peace. Well, we can't comprehend that when, first of all, our whole understanding of government is just like we see a government like doing stuff and it seems wrong to us. It seems like they're engaging in some horrible thing. The fact that they have a political program in mind and then they just carry it out. That's so foreign to us in the West because we're so used to our governments being completely paralyzed and unable to improve the lives of anyone's citizens in any way. We also have this mass media institution in place designed to ensure that people are getting the right idea about this, right? And are not hearing any commentary or messages like what we're talking about today. Funding and training fundamentalist groups is very par for the course for the US. Absolutely. Again, it's a long, long history of this. Which is why, again, when we talk about Russia and Ukraine, and we talk about the possibility that there's like Ukrainian extremist groups carrying out atrocities, which they then spin as propaganda to get more funding and more arms, as upsetting as that is for some people, I don't think it is conspiratorial to question whether those things have been happening in Ukraine, considering this long history of these exact situations occurring constantly, time and time again, in these kind of proxy war situations. Racist and chauvinist attitudes are pretty deeply ingrained. It's a lifelong process in the West. Yeah, it's again, Sean, I think that's one of the things that we've tried to do in this community, right? Is carve out a space where we can struggle against that. This whole community has been kind of a struggle session where we try to unlearn that kind of chauvinism. Obviously, I can be just as guilty of it as anybody, right? Engaging in that kind of chauvinistic Western mindset. I'm sure I still am in many ways. But it's been one helpful thing about this community forming and being able to talk about this stuff. Especially without fear of the way that it's become so extreme, the rhetoric around it, and being accused of all kinds of crazy shit whenever we try to have intelligent conversations about this. It's exactly one reason that I've been grateful to be able to have these conversations, because it helps us all, me included, unlearn some of this like Western programming and chauvinism. Xinjiang is a crucial region for the Belt and Road as its literal geographical gate to the West, when you consider the mountainous regions which are hard to traverse, and there's the materialist reason for the U.S. imperialism in the region. Exactly. It's like, this is why thinking with class analysis and thinking with a dialectical materialist understanding of history and geopolitics helps you understand these situations when maybe you'd be very confused. When you don't have that class analysis and you don't have that dialectical materialist understanding, you get very confused when these narratives start to happen. Right? It's exactly why I think it's really valuable. Someone mentioned a while ago why theory is important. Why theory is important, and that's a central part of it. Without the theory, we can't really fully grasp and wrap our minds around certain geopolitical forces. Most people know nothing about China. 10 years ago, if you talk to most people about the country, their first response was along the lines of, they wear those funny hats, they still nothing. Yeah. It's sad how the net effect is just hurting Uyghurs' job opportunities in the region. Well, that's what I was talking about before. I was reading about a company, I can't remember what company right now, that is facing this pressure right now because they have factories in Xinjiang, and they're literally being pressured to close their factories and take away jobs from people in this region. These issues are inherently linked. Aimlessness, hopelessness, dejection is a byproduct of a government whose main objective is to facilitate the accumulation of wealth for an increasingly smaller subset of people. The type of project is anti-society and produces atomized individuals. Yeah, absolutely well said. Yeah, and we do need a constructive project society-wide. Exactly. Absolutely. Well, yeah, exactly. It's almost like the U.S. is trying to create economic alienation to fuel separatism. I wonder if they've done that before. I wonder. This is the thing. This is where I get frustrated about how controversial this has become. It's so controversial, and it gets people so upset when you have a memory that goes beyond fucking 6 weeks ago, and you have a basic understanding of the times that the U.S. and the kind of Western criminal cartel that all our countries are part of have engaged in this exact strategy. And to ask the basic question, whether it comes to Taiwan or Xinjiang or Ukraine, to ask the basic question of, is this current phenomenon, which we've observed countless times throughout the decades, occurring right now? And people get very upset by this. People get very upset by this. Oh my goodness. You can't have an economy that's not fully financialized, or else it debunks the West's lies. I really don't think it's... I think only since starting to do this have I really started to wrap my mind around how propagandized we are growing up in the West. You know? And how it's this idea of projection, and how it's always projection. And the ultimate form of projection, I think, is when we see footage of a parade in North Korea, for example. We see a parade in DPRK, and we see hundreds of thousands of citizens in DPRK marching and celebrating their culture, celebrating their society. And the way that we talk about this in the West is say, look, this is so sad. They're brainwashed. They're brainwashed into believing, we know that their government is evil, and they're just brainwashed into believing that their government is not that bad. Unbelievable. And that's literally us. That's us. That has always been us. We're the ones that have been brainwashed. We're the ones that are propagandized to. We've grown up in the most advanced propaganda machine ever devised in all of humanity. We grew up ensconced in that. We're the brainwashed ones. This is what you need to kind of come to grips with eventually. This is kind of the first domino that has to fall. We're the ones who will defend with our fucking lives this system that relies on our exploitation and the even worse exploitation of people around the world. And that we don't really benefit from, which our capitalist owners of our country benefits from. And we'll put our lives on the line to defend this because we're the ones that are propagandized too. We get offended when any other country has any culture that we didn't give them. Or we get offended also, I think, when we see countries come together and try to have a big mix of different ethnic groups and try to create societies where all these groups are working together for this so they can all prosper. And all of these ethnic groups are respected. We get offended by this because we can't fathom this in our genocidal settler colonies as well, where we destroy all other cultures. And we marginalize and oppress and exploit ethnic groups. We understand through that lens. So when we see all these different ethnic groups together, we assume that same process is occurring. It's completely unfathomable to us that how could all these ethnic groups be living together? Surely they all want to split into their own individual civilizations, right? Of course. But we can choose to listen to the propaganda, unlike China. Well, okay, so I think Bolton's being facetious there, but that's what people tell themselves, for sure. White supremacy dictates we must believe some other group is inferior to us. Reality be damned. Shit's so much easier when you just ignore all the built-in propaganda, though. I'm pissed off all the time now. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that goes... I meant to read a comment like 5 minutes ago and didn't. Someone talking about their parents. Yeah, someone was talking about their parents. How they're just bent on believing that Russia and China are trying to conquer the world right now. That's the thing, all our parents are involved in some propaganda, and most of our friends as well are part of some propaganda bubble. You're either in the right-wing bubble or the liberal bubble, but you're still ultimately it's part of the same propaganda project. And it's this illusion of freedom of choice that we have about these different ideologies, which is ultimately the same ideology and slightly different versions of it. But you see in Xinjiang, it's Muslims that are being mistreated, unlike in America where Muslims are famously beloved and revered. Exactly. Our war on terror policy in Canada and the US was very respectful of Muslims. Our mass surveillance program and, bombing and destabilizing and overthrowing all these countries and committing mass murder and putting predominantly Muslim people in these black site torture prisons. We're very respectful of Muslims in this process. The fucking rampant Islamophobia that's been a central part of our culture for the last 20 years or more. I mean, you have right-wing conservatives that have literally built their careers on Islamophobia, like Mike Pompeo, being the leading voices in accusing China of mistreating Muslims. And we don't see anything wrong with that. We don't see anything wrong with that. People have built their whole careers literally on perpetuating institutionalized Islamophobia. And that have been a central part. If you're part of the CIA, you're literally one of your central roles is carrying out mass murder and torture campaigns in predominantly Muslim countries. And this is the guy that's going to tell us he cares about Muslim human rights in Xinjiang in China. And then you have a whole generation of Western leftists being like, yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you, sir. And does anyone else see a problem with that? I'm sorry, but I have a huge problem with that. I have a friend who voted for the Social Democrats rather than the Socialists. Not that would have made a difference, because he believed the Social Democrats were more likely to purchase the military choppers we would need in case of a Russian or Chinese joint invasion. That was a scenario he gave as an example, straight from his paranoid, propagandized brain. Unbelievable. That's the amazing thing, is that, like, as we suffer continued decline in the West, in Canada and the United States, continued economic collapse, eventually there will come a time when I think we should be encouraging these partnerships with China so they can engage in development in our own failed societies. And hopefully, eventually, maybe they will be kind enough to come and build high-speed rail here, because it's clearly our government hasn't, or our private interests have no interest in doing that. I was actually thinking of, like, there was that, let me see if I can find it. There was that threat by that guy, Matt Chapman. Is that his name? The guy with the fucking cowboy hat. Yes, Matt from Foul Fan. This was one of the most extreme examples of Western cope that I've ever seen. Which is funny, because this guy, I'm just looking at his tweets now. He's got a whole history of doing tweets promoting high-speed rail. Then I guess he got the word from up top, and the propagandist in the Democratic Party that he works for, to start going in on this. Let me see if I can find this tweet. There was a recent tweet about this.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Yeah, here we go. And thank you, Googie Schilling, for the tier 1 sub. Thank you, Googie Schilling, brand new community member. Thank you, Googie. Very much appreciated. And by the way, in a few minutes, I am going to take some time to chill for the stream and try and get closer to the sub goal. And then I have to take a break. It's almost 3 hours into the stream. I've not even mentioned this once. And I'm going to have to take a little break. This is an amazing thread, though. Matthew Chapman says, I'm a high-speed rail supporter, but people really need to stop pointing to China as a model high-speed rail network, because it isn't. It's actually a bit of a disaster. Aside from the lines that go between big cities like Beijing to Shanghai, most Chinese bullet trains run near empty most of the time at a huge loss of money. Even before the pandemic. And again, this is like a perfect example of this kind of like Western mindset, where it's like, because it's not developed by the profit motive, it's just unthinkable to us. It's no profit. China's semi-private rail operator has near 1 trillion in debt. And this is the amazing thing about like socialism with Chinese characteristics as well, that Matthew kind of articulates here by accident. And he talks about China's semi-private rail operator has near $1 trillion in debt. It's almost like where you have capitalism. You know, what's the way things work under capitalism? We talk about it a lot. Publicly subsidized, privately profitable, right? Publicly subsidized, privately profitable. That's capitalism. That's how capitalism works. It's almost like Matt here is describing the process of building this high-speed rail as the complete opposite. It's privately subsidized, publicly profitable. Where's the fucking problem, Matt? That sounds great, actually. Who cares if China's semi-private rail operator has near 1 trillion in debt? Who gives a shit? That just means it's being privately subsidized, and a good in a service that is then publicly profitable. Wait until they learn how much universal healthcare costs. Yeah, you're not even going to know. Base China draining the funds of big investors to subsidize public infrastructure. Where's the problem? The public infrastructure is not profitable. They can't even wrap their minds around this. No, it's not. Nor is it supposed to be. Nor should we want it to be. Yeah, and getting some Chinese billionaire on the hook for funding this unprofitable public work, I don't see the problem. I don't have an issue with that. been on it and it slaps. It goes so fast it makes the cars traveling in the same direction on the motorway look like they're going backwards. I can't wait to go myself as well. And this is amazing too. Matthew, this guy's such a fucking dumbass. Like most Chinese mega projects, the government didn't actually consider what would be useful or practical to maintain, just what would look impressive to international investors. It's the same thinking that built the ghost cities. And as we've discussed on this channel, and as we've watched video footage of all these ghost cities, he literally shares a clip here from 60 Minutes from 2013 visiting China's eerie ghost towns. The funny thing about these eerie ghost cities is that they're fucking filled with millions of people now, Matthew. That's the whole point, is that they build these infrastructure projects as part of the development process. They don't wait until millions of people live somewhere and then decide to build these projects. They do it before. What a crazy concept. Yes, they don't go in, because I saw someone sharing a thread of like, oh, I just got out of this metro stop and it's in the middle of nowhere. It's like the middle of the countryside. And it's like, yes, because they build the metro first. They build the public transport first, then they build around that. Rather than building cities filled with millions of people and then being like, how much would it cost to put in a metro stop here? It's fucking astronomical. Let's just continue with cars and having congestion and pollution. That's the way we do things in capitalist society. And Matthew's pointing this out like it's a bad thing. Best example for this. Thank you, Relic. Yes, thank you for this. This is exactly what I'm talking about. And it's amazing. He literally shares a video from 2013 about this. What do these ghost cities look like now versus 2013? And this is 2017. China's metro station in the middle of nowhere, 2017, July 2017 versus 2020. The same place, same metro stop. So he's saying like, yes, you're building all this stuff before the people are there to use it, and it's not profitable. I don't see the fucking problem. China building cities while the US can't plug a hole in the road without 6 months of filibuster. It's really amazing. And Matthew thought this was like a good thread that would indicate why this thing that we love to talk about in China, this amazing accomplishment of building this vast high-speed rail system over the last 15 years as a way of like delegitimizing that. And to me, it's only like legitimized it even more. Literal bridges and high-rise building collapsing in the U.S. Yeah. We're definitely the ones that should be mocking other countries about their infrastructure development. Many people don't realize how intensely, I believe you meant rural there. Rural China is. Now, many not long ago were living in intense poverty. That's always been the thing for me. And it's just, you look at this is a difference between 2017 and 2020. And when you look at China in 1980 versus today, if you look at China in the year 2000 versus today, or it's fucking remarkable. It's almost unthinkable. And again, we don't factor any of that kind of material analysis into our conversations about this. Better to live in a failed state that's just winging it from crisis to compounding crisis. That's right, yeah. That's the only way we can ever do anything. Cities often have to beg and plead with developers to build a sidewalk or bus stop in new suburban communities. Yeah, and maybe after 5 or 10 years, you might get a version of what you originally wanted. Biggest airport in the world just outside Beijing. It's built near Dasing, a place that was a tiny town back just 15 years ago. Amazing. It's really amazing. The Sharing Travel Chinese Twitter account literally made me cry. Almost amazing rail and public education facilities that take COVID seriously. a crime. We can't do that in the U.S. or for our people. It's amazing how effective that kind of stuff is, and just in getting us to sort of unlearn some of these ideas, right? For me, that's what made me start to question what I've been taught about DPRK. You know, you don't need to read the writing of Kim Jong-un, or you don't need to learn about dialectical materialism. I mean, it helps to do these things, and you should do them. But what really helps is just to see pictures from inside this place and look at all these different cities and these different housing projects. And it makes you realize, oh, this is not some like cartoonish authoritarian dystopia that I've been told it is. It's literally just a country where people are going about their lives. It really does a lot to sort of deprogram you from that kind of thing. Pretty sure Castro pointed out how unsustainable every individual having a car is. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Castro was saying things about the environment in the 80s, which are still so relevant now. I admit that in spring 2020, I almost didn't believe that China had eliminated COVID, but it's such a remarkable achievement. It is, but it's like also the problem is it'll never be entirely eliminated because it's just running rampant throughout the rest of the world. So it has created this situation where they have to constantly still be. If we had all done the same project, we would be living in a COVID-free world right now. Unfortunately, such a world just will never exist because we've allowed the virus just to run rampant and decided that we're just going to go try and live our lives with that kind of going on in the background now, which will make it fully impossible for them to ever completely eliminate it. A communist revolution in India would be a nail in the coffin of the current world order. God, what an amazing thing to think about. I mean, and we've talked about before on this show too, even India, who's been a capitalist country and a staunch Western ally, even India is like refusing to back the West now when it comes to Russia and Ukraine. Even India, you see, realizes which way the historical winds are blowing and is trying to accommodate for that. Posted a high-speed rail meme in the TRRS channel. Yeah, this is good, actually. "2010. I should build a high-speed rail system." 2012. "No, cancel it and make a hyperloop instead." 2015. 8,000 miles built, nothing. 2018. 16,000 miles built, nothing. 2021. 25,000 miles built. "We'll have a prototype in a few more years." Grimes. "I'm from South Africa. Give me another $1 billion. I don't know how to do his voice. I can't do it. But yes, good meme. Good meme. Arnold Musk. I can only do it as kind of an Arnold thing. It's the only way I know how to do it. Apartheid Clyde just taking L's every day. It's true. I gotta take a break, folks. 3 hours into the stream. I gotta take a break, and I gotta get closer to the sub goal. Okay? No one subscribed yet. No one do anything yet. I'm just gonna put in the title.
You can count on me. We're gonna have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
I specifically requested people not to subscribe yet, but okay. Pretty clear. Folks, again, I'm here on Twitch. I've got to build up my own productive forces. All right, I have to do it. Thank you, John, for the tier 1 sub. Thank you very much.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
I would like to watch this animation. We've watched this animation before, but I would like to watch it again also. Bolden, thank you for the 9 months of tier 1. Thank you very much, Bolden. I've been talking a lot. I don't know if I can do the whole pitch thing. I don't know if I can do it, but okay, folks, so you know what time it is. Again, this is going to be a more subdued version. 3 hours into the stream. Now, if you enjoy this content, I highly recommend you join this community by subscribing to the channel. You can subscribe to the channel, get involved in the wonderful, dynamic Friendship Triangle community. Old Dutch, I did see your DM, and I'm going to respond to you very soon. Join this wonderful dynamic community, get into the base level. You can gift subscriptions to move yourself up into that chaos zone or into the elite level of the Friendship Triangle,
just become an elite
where the clout
of the
is,
Friendship
of course,
Triangle.
the most concentrated. Thank you, Gen X Bushy. Very much appreciated for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you so, so much. Give Rob money or freeloaders. We've got some very generous community members that watch this show. Absolutely.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob.
The lurkers could do more. Okay? The lurkers could do more. Sean, thank you for the gifted sub. Very much appreciated. Join the community. Again, it's a wonderful community. This community has changed my life, and it's changed people in the community as well. It's a life-changing decision. This is a life-changing opportunity for you. Yes, you, person that's watching this stream randomly on twitch.tv, that came to this stream from the algorithm, and that clicked the little button and said, hey, what's this? Well, guess what? Congratulations to you. This is a life-changing day for you. Very happy. We're all very happy for you. Welcome. Subscribe to this channel. Join the community.
Talk you through all this.
Join the Discord server where there's wonderful things going on all the time. It's a great opportunity. It's a very exciting thing. And again, if you like this kind of commentary and you appreciate it, this is the only way that it's going to stay on the air. You know, that's just the reality. Personally, I would like to get a salary from Amazon,
count on me.
the
good old Rob
largest corporation in the world, one of the wealthiest people in the world. Unfortunately, that's not in the cards for me. I do have to rely on the generosity and kindness of some of our community members. And it's not a cult, and it's not a pyramid scheme, because it's two-dimensional. It's a two-dimensional image. John, thank you very much for the gifted sub to Siparusk. Thanks, Red Wizard, also for gifting a sub to HTA. Thank you, Red Wizard. So it's more of a triangle plan. It's a Shai-Hulud themed, two-dimensional, clout-based opportunity. The Friendship Triangle. And listen, folks, it's desperate times right now. We're all atomized. We're all alienated. We're all isolated. What we need right now is community. What we need right now is more than that, friendship. That's what this community offers. We are now
you can count on me.
close to getting to level 4 of this hype train, and we just did it. Thank you to Comrade Social Distancing. Thank you, Comrade Social Distancing. Very, very generous. Thank you for the 2 gifted subs, Comrade. Thank you, Relic, as well. The gifted sub to Dummy Dorco. Thank you, Relic. Very much appreciated. The members at the top of the triangle are on their yachts for Memorial Day. That's right. That's exactly right. I gotta take a break soon. I don't think I can keep doing the intense pitching. Okay? When do we get the TRRS survival buckets? That will be soon. That's phase 3. That's phase 3. You may have some close friends or family expressing concern that you might have joined a cult. These people are toxic. Should be excised from your life. Couldn't agree more, Carrier Wave. Thank you for saying it. Thank you for saying what we were all thinking. So we are half the way there, folks, to filling up that sub goal. We're half the way there.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Chaos the Gardener, thank you for the gifted sub. Very kind of you. Chaos the Gardener. Very much appreciated. Thank you. We're half of the way there to that sub goal. I got about another hour and a bit to be on the air here. Again, folks, if you enjoy the content, if you like watching the show, that's just the reality. That's the only way that this content continues, is through the generosity of the people that make up this community. So we are one half of the way there. We're close to level 5 of this hype train. You can use multiple subs on one ape. Exactly. You can use multiple slurp juices on one friend coin. Everyone knows this. Ugh.
We simply use the computer to mark up the size of the account.
We can all guarantee this is not a cult. There is just merch for sale.
That's right.
TRRS trustworthy Rob.
Thank you, useless. Nothing wrong with
use the computer to mark up
merch.
the size of the account.
Thank you for the 200 friend coin. And remember, you can use multiple slip juices on those. As can you, regular Mole Rat Dragon. Thank you very much for the 234 friend coin. Thank you, regular Mole Rat Dragon. Very much appreciated. We're close to getting to level 5 of this hype train, folks. We're close to level 5. And as useless teammates said, if you are interested in getting TRRS merch, which I think you should because the merch is wonderful, you can click on the link in the Discord, which should be appearing any moment. There it is from Nightbot. That's where you can purchase your TRRS merch. With more stuff coming, I just got some new designs from community member Old Dutch. They look amazing as well, so more merch designs coming very soon. Actually, I could reveal the new merch design, which I think is still subject to change, but I could reveal the new merch design, perhaps with just a few more slubs. With just a few more slubs, perhaps when we get to 25 slubs, we could reveal brand new merch designs, which will be going in the TRRS merch store. Could that be an incentive? We're 50 seconds away from the end of this hype train. 84% of the way to level 5 of this hype train, folks. Surely we can get to level 5. Surely we can. I know we can. I feel good about this.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk
Thank you,
through all
Mossworld.
this.
Mossworld, thank you very much for the gifted sub. Very much appreciated.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you
And
through
John,
all
my
this.
goodness, thank you, John McCain's Ghost, for the gifted sub as well. Thank you so much to John McCain's Ghost for everything you do for this community. Chanting, the leader is good, the leader is great, we surrender our will as of this date has never
Komodo
felt
hype.
less cultish than being here in the TRRS community. Thank you, Progressive Canuck. Couldn't agree more. Thank you, Newgrass, for the 3 months of Tier 1. Very much appreciated. I, for one, cannot wait for Phase 3 TRS White Gummy Bear Flavored Gruel Bucket. You gotta make it, there's some protein in there. What's not to like? And we were talking about
Count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Plunger Man. Thank you very much for the gifted Tier 1 sub. Thank you, Plunger Man. Very much appreciated. Thank you. We were talking about China and China's development as well. And again, if you want to get access to, as far as I know, the only Deng Xiaoping emote here on Twitch, you can do so subscribing to this channel at Tier 3. Only the most elite subscribers at Tier 3 access the TRRS Deng Xiaoping emote, which is not available on any other channel on this entire platform. There he is. Life-changing. Life-changing. Anytime this conversation about Chinese development comes up, there's the guy. But if you subscribe at just a Tier 1 sub, remember you do get access to all of these incredible emotes as well. And it's Memorial Day. We're remembering some of our fallen heroes, such as Ho Chi Minh, Lenin, Kim Il-sung, Fidel, Che, Thomas Sankara, a number of fallen comrades we're remembering on this holy day of Memorial Day. Deng played the West and you're here for it. He exactly did. You gotta love it. You gotta love it. So we are 3 subs away. We're 3 subs away, gang, from showing the new merch designs for TRRS merch. That's so close that I can almost taste it. It's making me want to play NHL 95 always listening to this song now. Not even mentioning Hoja, really disappointed. Well, he wasn't really like a military guy. I was only talking about the... Although, I mean, he was responsible for building, thousands of bunkers across Albania.
Use the computer to mark up the size of the account.
With all your help, chat.
We love Hoja as well.
Mr. Rob could support your favorite wrestler by mentioning them in a tweet. Imagine that bump TRRS Rob mode 2.
Thank you, Useless. That's right. That's absolutely right. I mean, what did Hoja say about women's rights?
We simply use the computer to mark up the size of the account.
Sean, thank you so much. Thank you, Sean, for the 200 friend coin. Thank you very much. What did Hoja... #1 women respecter. Obviously I'm the #1 women respecter on this platform, but historically, one of the all-time great women's respecters, Enver's Hoja, said of women's rights in 1967, the entire party and country should hurl into the fire and break the neck of anyone who dared trample underfoot the sacred edict of the party on the defense of women's rights. And that's why he was the man. That's why we uphold Hoja to this day. It was pretty base, Dogface, that's right. I believe it was mandatory for 50% of the Central Committee of the Communist Party in Albania to be made up of women. A person must live by a code. Mine is, of course, hey, 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 smoke weed every day. That's right. Okay, thanks everyone. Thank you, folks. Thank you for women hold up half the bunker. That's right. Thank you very much for contributing to the channel. Very much appreciated. Still got a ways to go to the sub goal, but I think we'll get there. Okay? Let me just take a little break. Really got to go to the bathroom. I'm not yet the diamond tier streamer status of just wearing a streaming diaper. I'm not quite there yet. Okay? I'm not there yet. Okay, I'll be back in just a few minutes. Don't go anywhere. Your favorite stream, The Rob Rousseau Show, aka TRRS, will be back right after this. Right after this. Right after this. What was I looking for? Okay, there we go. We'll be back soon. Hey, what's up? I'm back. Here I am. Here I am. Don't panic, anybody. Don't panic. Put the emotes away. I'm eating some, oh boy. Eating some yogurt and banana.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Food on lip.
Thank you. Thank you for the 13 months resub of Prime, and thanks for reminding me that I had yogurt on my face there. Just talk amongst yourselves for a moment here. I don't know about you folks. Big fan over here though of yogurt flavor coconut. What do you think about that? We got any coconut yogurt heads watching? I'm big time coconut yogurt squad over here. I'm not a huge yogurt fan overall. It's not something that I eat regularly. When I do though, usually go with this. Big vanilla guy, okay. I just buy plain yogurt and flavor it myself to control my sugar intake. I imagine it's probably pretty unhealthy. Probably a decent amount of sugar in here. Red Wizard, not a yogurt guy. Okay. Yogmaster. Many people refer to me as this. Not a yogurt or a coconut guy. Okay. Very good in smoothies. Use it for curry a bit. That can be very good. Yeah, if you have the plain yogurt. Plain yogurt with some jam and cut up fruit. Maybe some granola to make it like a bowl of cereal. That's nice. That's a nice little treat. That's a nice little treat. Man, this is so sick. Imagine being there. It's hard. It's like kind of heartbreaking looking back at this footage from like the Soviet Union in the 80s. And it's like, even if you're living there at the time, obviously you know that there's like massive problems. But I still think most people around that time, regardless of the problems that were plaguing the Soviet Union, still imagined that it still was going to extend indefinitely into the future. You know? There's something kind of heartbreaking on that. In like the mid-'80s. And I think most people, even if they didn't like certain things about the Soviet Union, were still really thankful for the lifestyle they were able to have. And didn't want it to go away. Even if it was still a problem, it's like, well, this is still what we're going to have for decades and decades from now into the future. And in just a few short years, it was all gone. It's all gone away. I imagine there's heavy nostalgia among Russians for the Soviet Union, how it's probably capitalized. Yeah, absolutely. I think there is. Yeah, especially among this kind of like older generation. I think modern Russia has kind of tried to capitalize on that Soviet nostalgia in many ways, right? While it carries out its very non-socialist society. But they lean on it more because it's like imperial nostalgia. I can't wait for capitalists to know that feeling. Oh God, talk about revolutionary optimism. Old Dutch. It's a really nice thought. And no one hopes that you're right more than me. If right now we were having all these conversations and we're right on the verge of some drastic shift that we could no one foresaw, that would be pretty incredible. I will happily eat my words. It's that same cliched saying though about the divine right of kings, right? It's the same thing. They thought that was extending into the future for decades as well, and centuries, immutable and unchangeable. And capitalists are like, they took away my ponies. Yeah, generations from now, we have capitalist gusanos around the world. This empire looks like it's on its last legs. Absolutely. It's just that I feel like that's the issue, is that process can take, centuries sometimes. In a history book, it's absolutely in its last legs, but that can mean anything. That can mean, it can be next year. It can mean 200 years from now. Far enough into the future, it's still going to mean, fundamentally the same thing. I'm going to try to find some video we can watch. I've talked a lot today, so I want to just maybe take a break from talking. A movie that I would like to watch that we don't have time for today, but that I think gets into a lot of the stuff that we talk about often, is that John Pilger documentary, The Coming War on China. It's an hour and 51 minutes long. I would definitely like to watch that. Maybe we could even watch that this week. Obviously, with just a little bit left in the stream, it would be not a good idea to put on this big thing, but that's something that I would really like to watch on this channel at some point. It's good? Yeah. Gorby, you were naive with your opening up and did nothing to steer it in the right direction. Yeah. Failed. They failed. You let the fucking imperialists right in to come run rampant. Don't forget the speed rail animation. Okay, thanks for the reminder, actually, Sam. It's really an incredible. We've certainly watched this on the channel before, but worth seeing again as a visualization of this, because I think we still can't really wrap our minds around this level of development. Like we talked about, when we're so used to our government just never doing anything, never accomplishing anything, that it seems like just completely otherworldly to see this massive project that has been undertaken extremely successfully I love that critique by Matthew Chapman. Oh, it's unprofitable. High-speed rail system. It's not even turning... The private capitalists they got to fund this thing aren't even getting a profit off it. And he's complaining about this. People are amazing. He's complaining about this shit. Their privately subsidized massive high-speed rail system is just not turning a profit for their private investors that they coerced into funding this. How dare they? It's the same thing people go, like people are like on, they try to be like on the liberal side, or they try to critique capitalism. And then they see like, you know, they talk about how evil our top 1% class are, how evil like these like CEOs, whether it's in the energy industry or whatever industries, you know, causing poisoning and polluting and the corruption. People complain about it endlessly. And then they see China like imprisoning or disappearing or executing people that engage in this kind of thing. And we're like, oh my goodness. It's terrifying. It's terrifying that they do this. Yes, sorry. So I'm just going to rewind a little bit. Well, because I was talking. But here we have China emerging into this graph. 2002, they're not there. 2003, they pop up. Here it is again. Let's just watch this in real time. Starting from 2003. 2003, the number one country is France with 2,234 kilometers of high-speed rail built. There they go. They're on the board. 2007, bang. ...2007. Like, you can't just decide to invest in these projects. You can just decide, we're going to build 25,000 miles of rail. And you just do it. As of 2019, 38,207 kilometers. Next highest country is Spain at 5,525. Just absurd. And people in the West complain about this and then try and lecture them over it. And say, it's actually not that great. I mean, God, that's just the highest form of like Western brain copium. It doesn't even turn a profit. There's not even people there. Who cares even? What's the big deal? Socialism doesn't work, exactly. Or then you have the left version of this argument too, being like, well, China, I can never say anything positive about China, this state capitalist country. They're a state capitalist. How dare you promote this? And that's where I get into that Parenti analysis as well. It's like, whatever you can call it whatever you want. Call it socialism with Chinese characteristics. Call it state capitalism.
You can count on me. You're gonna have good
Regardless,
old Rob to
it's
talk
clearly
you through all this.
significantly superior than our own system at confronting these challenges. And if it was just capitalism, as people want to just ignore all these accomplishments and just say, well, it's capitalist, you can never support that. If it was just capitalist, as people say, none of this would ever happen. This stuff would not, if it was capitalist, this shit would not be happening. They would not build 38,000 miles of rail. That's unprofitable. They do that because it's not capitalist. Because they're not factoring in that
You're gonna have
profit
good old
motive.
Rob to talk you through all this.
They became first in the world in just 3 years from nothing. Yeah. And that also happens when you convince the West to build their manufacturing industry in your country as well. When you convince all these massive Western companies to transfer their manufacturing industry from the West to China, then you can ultimately, after a few decades of that, you can afford to engage in this kind of incredible infrastructure investment. Lo and behold. Pretty funny how that works. Badrino, thanks very much for the 6 months of Prime. Appreciate you, Badrino. Thanks, former guest of the stream, Badrino. Give him a follow as well. And June Song 91, thanks for the 6 months of Prime. Thank you. Trying to just introduce the culinary arts into their elementary education too. They stay winning. Well, then it must not be socialist as well, because as we know, in any socialist society, we're going to abolish the restaurants. Remember, some of the great minds of our time have come together to figure this stuff out. So if China's building restaurants, then that's probably, if China's training chefs and having restaurants and stuff, that's obviously a sign that they're revisionist. They've betrayed the revolution. They've got restaurants. Gonna build a train and make America pay for it. It's a bold move. It's an alpha move. I saw that people could purchase high-end consumer goods. It means they sold out. Well, that's the thing. Is so when socialism, no one has a house, no one eats at restaurants, and everyone just, I guess, like lies around in the dirt all day, and everyone's just poor and miserable together. And you can just kind of lie around and wait for if you need eyeglasses, you just wait for the local guy that just makes glasses because he wants to stop by your house to give you your glasses. And that's what socialism is to me and to all of us in this community as well. When everyone's just poor and miserable forever. And the idea that people wouldn't go and eat together in their community. That's amazing to me. That there's communists that are imagine people going out in their community to eat at a local establishment together. Can you imagine how we're going to abolish this? It's why would you? That's not a behavior that you can just abolish. People are going to be doing that probably regardless of whatever economic system we have. I just kind of think of Maoists as red anarchists, as they have this similar hit and miss ratio for the same reasons. It's an interesting way of looking at it. Ultimately, often come around with agreeing with the Western foreign policy establishment from the other direction as well, in a similar way. It's not eating rice in a thatch hut. It's a betrayal of the revolution. That's right. We like to lecture from our extremely prosperous socialist society of fucking suburban Wisconsin or something. I don't know. Remember the furor over Peng Shuai? She was like, "I'm fine, leave me alone, stop pretending I've been kidnapped, stop mistranslating me." And we're like, "Oh, she's definitely been held hostage." That's what I was saying before. It's anyone that comes out and supports the party line, or even just responds in any way to this propaganda campaign, it's just deemed illegitimate immediately. Our media class just says oh, that doesn't count. It doesn't count when she comes out and says that. She's obviously brainwashed or being held hostage. There's literally nothing anyone can say. Like I was saying before, no one can come from Xinjiang and say actually leave us, stop accusing this, stop making this accusation. My life is actually going very well, and I don't want you to come in here and give us a new install a new government. And we're shh, we don't want to hear from you. We don't want to hear from you. Get out of here. It took over 1,000 years to lay the foundation of our current property relations, then 500 years for capitalism to fully develop. Thinking that full communism can happen in a short transition period is just utopian and unscientific. Very true. Very true. or somehow like mentally controlled. Like we don't talk enough about how all this shit is based so heavily in the racist, xenophobic tradition. Well, that's what I was saying before, Crad Babes, right? About when we talk about North Korea. Say, how could anyone... We know how evil the North Korean government, how can anyone ever go out there and like support them? Obviously, it's because they're just these brainwashed Asians who like are susceptible by this kind of like authoritarian autocracy, and that's it. They're just they're brainwashed, and it's the people that are out there. When Westerners come to visit these places, the people that are there are like paid actors. They're not real people or anything, right? They're paid crisis actors who show up and pretend to go into the stores and pretend to live lives when we know the real people that are there are miserable and suffering at all times, you know? It's extremely Orientalist. I like people that mention Tibet and then you visit it and see a Mao picture in every household and then you read about Tibet under Dalai Lama. Yeah. And again, when we talk about what what Tibetan people want, we hear our Western leaders lecturing about like religious freedom and human rights in Tibet as well. And we've talked to these Tibetan groups that have told us all about this, and they're inevitably, as they are with every other group, Western-backed like expatriates from these NGO groups attached to like the US government. And those are the people that we're hearing from when we talk about these apparent human rights issues. It was very totalitarian to suppress the freedom of having a serf-based feudal government. I mean, again, that's one of the reasons that we uphold Parenti on here, just because I think that the Parenti's analysis is always so informative for me, whether it comes to Tibet or, you know, the Soviet Union or revolutionary China in general, or any of these places where socialism has been put in place, some form of it, which is just asking the question of what was happening before, or Cuba, of course, or Nicaragua. What was happening before? Okay, we can make criticisms about things that happen in these revolutionary societies, but overall, what was happening in these places before? Oftentimes, these places are like, you know, they're corrupt military dictatorships. They're Western colonies that are being plundered by these interests, you know. They're feudal, they're impoverished feudal states filled with like illiterate peasants. And we see, when you look in that context, you see there's been this incredible positive development over this period. Tsarist Russia, yeah, that's what I mean, yeah. Tsarist Russia, or Korea under Japanese colonization, or French Indochina. Yeah. But yeah, Cuba with Batista, exactly. You just go on and on. Like, and each time you see that these revolutionary movements are supplanting this like highly reactionary Western colony, Western backwater colony, essentially. Did you see the recent analysis showing that the British have stolen 45 trillion from India? I mean, I don't know what exactly you're referring to, but we've talked about that fact a lot on the show, definitely. HTA. Like the example of what India's economy, what their global share of the economy was prior to colonization and after. And how their share of the global economy actually diminished over that period. It's all about freedom of religious expression that they don't tolerate in those countries. Anyway, adding every Muslim citizen to the terror list right now as the 21st century begins. Again, this is the amazing thing, Dummy Dorco, about all these conversations, is that people don't... Like, I understand that there's people that are liberals and conservatives and these people that we make fun of, but like there's people on the left, I feel like, as well, who get caught up in this, who don't examine this basic contradiction, this basic level of like hypocrisy. And I'll never totally understand that. $45 trillion in exchange for civilization that still leaves the entire population illiterate. I mean, it'd be a good time to watch VJ's COP26 comments. And it was so cool to be able to talk to VJ about this moment. That was really interesting. He's really got to come back on the show sometime. Friend of the show and my own personal friend, actually. VJ Prashad.
Thank you. That is hope. I mean, actually, in these moments of darkness, that is what they say, telling truth is a revolutionary act, and it's hope. So, over to you, VJ, because many of us say we're fighting the same fight.
And therefore, your friend too, Sean. That's right.
There was a conversation yesterday. Will this fight ever end?
Will this fight ever end? Well, first, Asad, thanks for forcing me to come to Glasgow. When I walk the streets of cities like this, Glasgow was the UK's second most important city. Beautiful buildings, beautiful streets, a gorgeous city. It had Red Clydeside in 1919, the uprising to create a Soviet in Scotland. But it was, crushed, of course. When I see cities like this, I think also about the other side of it. There's a phrase from Walter Benjamin: every monument of civilization is also a monument of barbarism. I think of the famines in Bengal, the jute workers in Bengal sending jute to Dundee through the Glasgow port. I think of human beings from Africa enslaved and brought from Ghana to the New World, and all those prophets getting sucked into cities like London and Glasgow. Between 1765 and 1938, the British...
Sorry, I'm going to get to this moment. This is exactly what we were talking about. I just wanted to reference this one thing from the chat from M. Leash. When I was in school, we went on a trip to Berlin and visited the Stasi prison museum. Had a train car in front of the building to suggest parallels to concentration camps and a scary basement with prison cells. I later learned that there was never any rails leading to the prison, and the basement was built in the mid-90s. Yeah, that's amazing. I was just thinking about how apparently in that new season of Stranger Things, when the whole thing is like this, because it's this like 80s kind of Cold War thing, the Soviets he goes to some like Soviet prison camp in this new season, which was actually built in a Nazi camp, which was actually a Nazi prison, I believe in Lithuania. So they're going to a literal Nazi prison where thousands of Jews and other ethnic minorities were like imprisoned and murdered, and using that as imagery to talk about the barbarity of the Soviet Union, who once again defeated the Nazis in World War II and liberated all these places. It's pretty on the nose, isn't it? A little on the nose. It is full-on Holocaust revisionism. It absolutely is. To do my anti-communism in a Nazi prison. That's right. Wait, was that a real prison and not a set? Yeah, they went to this, like, in this new season, I guess. They went to this, I believe it was Lithuania. They went to this infamous Nazi prison in, I believe, Lithuania to film the season, which is about this character going to this scary Soviet facility. We liberated them from fascism and they'll never forgive us. It is a great quote. It's a Stranger Things, Rudy Prospero. And I mean, we talked about, that's why I think it's, talked about why I think it's important to rehabilitate, or at least have productive, conversations about some of these figures from history, socialist figures from history, and Soviet figures. It's exactly the reason why I think we need to do so with Stalin, as I mentioned before. There's terrible things that happened, but of course, he was able to hold the civilization together, and defeated fascism, which isn't nothing. You know, that's pretty significant. That's a pretty significant historic accomplishment, regardless of any terrible mistakes that happened or crimes that were committed during that period. Defeating fascism is still a pretty big deal. We've built our whole decades of propaganda about how great the West is on the idea of defeating fascism. We didn't even do it. They did. Anyway, we talked about, the evils of colonialism and British colonialism in India, and here's our friend Vijay Prashad going off about that very subject.
These like London and Glasgow, between 1765 and 1938, the British Isles stole $45 trillion pounds from India, 45 trillion sterling from India. We never got paid for that. When the British left India, when we threw the British out, our literacy rate was 13%. So much for several hundred years of so-called civilization. Meanwhile, that's Western our landscapes were destroyed. Coal was foisted on India. You foisted coal on us. You were the ones that came and made us coal dependent. And then you left, and now you dare to condescend to us. When I listen to Boris Johnson, when I listen to people like Joe Biden, when I listen even more to Emmanuel Macron, all I can think of is how condescending you are. You condescended to us 400 years ago. You condescended to us 300 years ago. You condescended to us 200 years ago. You condescended to us 100 years ago. You're condescending to us today. You only know condescension because for you, colonialism isn't something that happened in the past and we defeated you. It's not that. For you, colonialism is a permanent condition. And that permanent condition happens in two ways. There's the permanent condition of the colonial mentality. You want to lecture us. You want to tell us that we are responsible for all the problems because you'll never accept that you're the one principally to blame. You signed the Rio Formula in 1992 on common and differentiated responsibilities. You like the common part. You like the common part. You like to say we're all in this together and so on. We're not in this together. The United States, 4-5% of the world's population, still uses 25% of the world's resources. You outsource production to China, and then you say China is the carbon polluter. China's producing your buckets. China's producing your nuts and bolts. China's producing your phones. Try to produce it in your own countries and see your carbon emissions rise. You love lecturing us because you have a colonial mentality. Then there are colonial structures and institutions. You lend us money, and every time you lend us money, which is our money, every time the International Monetary Fund comes to our societies and they tell us, here's the money we are giving you. No, it's our money.
It's their money.
You give us our money back as debt, and then you lecture us about how we should live. It's extraordinary. It's not just a colonial mentality. It's a colonial structures and institutions which reproduce themselves year after year after year. And let me tell you something. The climate justice movement, not clued enough on this. The climate justice movement is a movement that says we're worried about our future. What future? What future? Children in the African continent, in Asia, in Latin America, they don't have a future. They don't have a present. They're not worried about the future. They're worried about their present. Your slogan is, we're worried about the future. What future? That's a middle-class bourgeois Western slogan. You got to be worried about now. 2.7 billion people can't eat now. And you're telling people, reduce your consumption. How does this sound to a child who hasn't eaten in days? You got to clue into this, guys. You got to clue into this. Otherwise, this movement will have no legs in the third world. No legs. Later, I'd like to tell you about the International People's Assembly, a network of 200 political organizations that were set.
Man, how could you hate this guy? This guy has people that really hate him. This guy has Westerners, again, that love to lecture him about stuff. Could not be me. I'm sorry, but could not be me. You're a weird reactionary is my guess. It's a good guess. It's a good guess. Man, what a thrill it was to be able to talk to VJ on this very program and ask him about his thinking when he made these comments. What an incredible experience that was.
All of that.
I am the opposite. I like to
looks at them anymore. They just sort of sit there. I mean, I have some theories of why this went out there, but you can't predict. There's no theory of viral.
It connected with the right in that way. Do you have any ideas about why you think that message resonated with people kind of across the ideological spectrum?
I have some theories about it, but firstly, I think some of it had to do with, I mean, I've been on these platforms for years, and often they are recorded and then they go online and then 50 people watch them, and it's archived. It looks like a car rotting in a junkyard.
We'll have him back.
That's what a lot of YouTube videos look like. They're like cars in a junkyard. Nobody looks at them anymore. They just sort of sit there. I mean, I have some theories of why this went out there, but you can't predict. There's no theory of viral. You can't really predict it. But anyway, one is that the morning of that particular event.
Well, and here, Old Dutch, like climate movement has to tie things together materially with BLM, peace movement, defund the police, housing crisis. Politics is transactional, and our demands need to be clear. And yeah, and all of those movements have to be not only unified but laser focused in overturning our economic system and using every means necessary to do this. And because that's the link behind all of these various movements, right? It's the same cause. It's the same root cause for everything. Anyway, let's hear VJ talk about these comments that we just watched from COP26. Again, really cool that he came on the show. I still think that's so amazing.
I had gone to Glasgow airport to get a PCR test. I was traveling 2 days later. And in the queue, I happened to be wearing my press pass. And there were these oil and natural gas executives right in front of me in the queue. Not like top guys, but mid-level people, or pretty high up people. Nice suits, by the way. Really nice suits. And I was wearing my blue jacket. I go undercover into these things. Wearing my no final variant is communism t-shirt. I was in my blue jacket and a blue shirt. And a curious man, a man of some curiosity turned to me and said, "Hey, listen, what do you write for?" He saw it said press. And I said, "I write for a syndication wire service called Globetrotter." And he said, "What have you been writing about? And what are you here for?" And that kind of thing. I said, "Well, I had just done a series on Mozambique, and I had been writing about Cabo Delgado, where right off the coast, there is a giant natural gas platform constructed by a French company called Total and the US company called ExxonMobil. And the people in Cabo Delgado, one of the poorest provinces in Mozambique, were in the middle of an insurgency."
I wonder if the next time VJ comes on the show, I got to see if I can behind the scenes get his mailing address and send him a TRRS Fighting Momos t-shirt. Or a Russo Institute for Western Destabilization, which he might enjoy as well. Or both. Huh? A little cross-promotional branding possibility? That makes it sound crass and bad, but I think it would be cool. I think it'd be very cool.
It had taken on the character. It was first called Shabab, which means youth. By the way, I spoke in Arabic, so everybody assumes they're terrorists. But initially, it was just Shabab. By the way,
if you haven't watched this interview, you can do so here.
And then they actually did start to get involved with ISIS and so on. The U.S. government declared them to be an ISIS threat. And then the French organized for the Rwandan military to intervene and crush them, but actually didn't crush them, sent them off to neighboring countries and provinces. Anyway, so I said that, I'm really annoyed because, we're talking about climate change, and yet these gas and oil companies get away with crushing the dreams of ordinary people in places like Cabo Delgado. And he said something to me that I think is quite honest from his perspective. And it really rattled me. He said to me, he said, everything you said is right. He said, everything you said is correct, except nobody cares. And, he was being sincere. He wasn't like a jerk. And he said, nobody cares. And he went off to get his PCR test, and I went to get mine. And there was a woman doing my test, and she asked me, well, what are you here for? And unfortunately, I held up the line because I recounted this whole story to her, And so, working class Scottish woman who was doing my PCR test, and she said, I hate these assholes, was what she said to me. She said, I hate them. I really hate them, she said. And I said, I agree with you. I hate them too. I hate this attitude of the fact that they are actually correct. They run the world and they're
Nothing
right.
good comes of it.
What we say is true, but nobody cares, He's right. I mean, I know he's right. And that's what upset. So then I go off to this place, and I was on the thing, and the moderator turns to me and says, well, what do you think about XYZ? And I just exploded. And that came from thinking about that man who, again, is not a bad person. Just to be clear, I don't think he's like a bad person. I think he's actually a mirror of reality. He said, you're right, but nobody cares. And then I thought about that working class Scottish woman who said to me, I hate these people. And I said, I hate them too. And I very rarely speak from anger, very rarely. Anger is not where I go. I have a hard time getting angry as such. But that just, and I don't even know if it's anger, but I felt a real fire inside. Sure. So there's one. I think that I just let loose, I wasn't trying to think before speaking.
Really cool stuff. Hey, check this out too. Look, see, I had this, when I did this interview, that was the last time that I had gotten my hair cut. You can see the growth. See, look this. I'm going to do the same face. Oh, wait, shit. Sorry, one sec. Okay, here, check this out. Ah, this chat. Can't really see. Chat's there. The chat's in the way. See? See the growth. I'm sure existence wasn't such a burden to you. Yeah. It's okay. It's okay, I guess. I do need to get probably a haircut. I'm getting into kind of like a voluminous, it's almost like a 70s newscaster thing now. I gotta get VJ to come back on the show. It is kind of a look. That is true. Perfect for the humid days ahead. Especially if I just let it continue like this. It'd look worse if you did a Zoomer haircut with it. I don't think I'm ever going to be... I won't be getting a Zoomer haircut. I don't think I'll be doing that. Anyway, those comments were really... That was such an amazing clip from COP26. And it was a real thrill to be able to speak to VJ about those comments on this very program. That was so cool. Did a fade to flat top. You think I could pull that off? Pull off a slick fade. You should be damn proud. You're one of the best interviews I've seen of VJ. Absolutely inspired. Thank you, Sam. Thank you. Appreciate that. Folks, I've got to go in about 15 minutes. I'll put go back here and I'll put on my... Keep that going in the background. I got to go in about 15 minutes. 2 generous chatters could get the show to the sub goal for the day. I'm sure we can get there in 15 minutes before I have to go get my kid from school. 2 generous chatters could be the heroes of the day that got to the sub goal. Just think about that. Think about how exciting that would be. I know I'm excited by it. Let me put on. I am in the process, by the way, of finally mixing some of this music I've been making. The real mix is happening. Eventually, my electronic music album that I've done will be actually available for download. We didn't even take enough advantage of the Memorial Day subject. We probably could have spent more time today exploring that a little bit more. The fallen heroes of the anti-colonial struggle, the socialist struggle. So looking to see if there's some like Che stuff we can put. I just saw this speech from Jordan Peterson, people who still celebrate Lenin. I'm sure that's really entertaining. In the screenshot, he's got like a crying face. Just the very idea that anyone still celebrates Lenin is really upsetting to Jordan Peterson. Potato farmhands are the real heroes. Yeah, absolutely. Here's the link. I don't know if I can do it. How is it? 650. Let's do it. Let's do it.
Even now, count on me. You're gonna have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Or celebrating Lenin. It's like that's not good. That's like celebrating Hitler.
No, it isn't, Jordan.
Okay, I'm dead serious about that.
No, it isn't.
It's not good. And
it's not at all like celebrating Hitler. What the fuck is he talking about? Jesus. It's like, God, I knew that I was going to watch this and immediately get mad. And right out the gate, I'm mad. Dummy Dorko, thanks very much for the gifted sub. Very much appreciated. Thank you. First gift sub in the channel. Hell yeah. Really appreciate that. We're 9 away. We're 9 away from the sub goal, folks. And then I won't have to let my kid still wait at school. He's waiting for me at school right now. Just waiting for me to pick him up. I'm 9 subs away from being able to do this. Off to an amazing start.
That's okay means that there's something wrong with the way that we look at history.
We don't celebrate Lenin enough. That's the problem with learning history.
And if you want to know about that, you can read Solzhenitsyn's writings about Lenin. Because the communist apologists say, well, it wasn't Lenin. Lenin was a good guy. He was all motivated by love of the working class.
You've not read one
his
page of Lenin's
Stalin.
writings, have you, sir?
And if your henchman is Stalin, you're not a good guy.
Look at his face. Again, folks, the man defeated say what you want about the big man. Say what you want. Say what you want about the big man. Did play a large role in defeating fascism, though. That's a pretty significant historical accomplishment, if you ask me. Regardless of any of the others, the details that you want to argue over, and there's plenty. I think playing a large, outsized role, probably the largest role of any world leader in defeating fascism. I think that's a pretty significant accomplishment, if you ask me. You might even say it's actually the opposite of being someone like Hitler. You might even say that not only is it similar in any way, not only is it not similar in any way, but it's literally the exact opposite. When you have one person who played an outsized role in defeating Hitler, I think that's a pretty significant. When Hitler kills himself, when Soviet troops are advancing on Berlin, I think that's a pretty significant things that separates these two figures historically to me. But again, that's why I'm not a historical genius like Jordan Peterson, who of course has not read one word written by Lenin or Stalin, has no understanding of any of this stuff. Look at his face. Look at how upset he is by this. Even the idea of this man, the idea of the man who played the largest role in terms of global leaders in defeating fascism. Look at the contempt that Jordan Peterson has for anyone that would dream of saying anything positive. Check out the Chris Hedges. We spent a long time dunking on Chris Hedges the other day, so that's got to be interesting too. The first few sentences are a train wreck. I do not doubt it. I always go back to the Zizek versus Peterson debate about how shook he was being exposed to having read nothing of Marxism or the writings. We went over this the other day when we watched the Jordan Peterson interview with Pierre Polyev. None of these guys understand what socialism is. They don't know. They haven't read any books by any of these people. They have a completely false, ahistorical understanding of like all these major events. Like we saw Pierre Polyev couldn't even talk about socialism without referencing Animal Farm in the first 30 seconds. Is literally talking about a children's novel. That's their basis for understanding this historical movement and this economic system. Whatever your opinion of Stalin, what is sorely lacking is understanding him as an element of a system in a historical context.
You
Down
can
with
count
the
on
great
me.
man
You're
theory.
gonna have
Couldn't
good
agree
old
more.
Rob
Thank you.
to talk you through all this.
Thanks for the gifted sub, Doc. Very much appreciated. Thank you. Stalin was born in a country that was a semi-feudal, backward country and left it behind as one of the most advanced civilizations on Earth. That's just the reality. These people don't like to admit that. That is the reality, though. And you might even say that understanding that kind of context involves a little something called dialectical materialism. And there is a certain person that played a large, outsized role in advancing that theory in the first place as well. Trash will pile on my grave, but the winds of history will blow the trash away. Couldn't have said it better. And I agree there's something wrong with how we look at history.
And Lenin was around.
And as someone was pointing out, Stalin was on his henchmen. That's just not an accurate way of framing that at all in the first place.
Collectivization. And if you read what he wrote, you'll find out that he was perfectly willing to have any number of people die as long as his ideological system could be brought into being.
The capitalists,
so
the imperialists.
There's no celebrating Lenin. There's no we're cool, young, Marxist, hip revolutionaries, and he's our idol. It's like, there's none of that. Not if you know anything. Not if you're decent.
You don't know anything, sir.
Well, there was the death of the kulaks. I told you about that. There was the Ukrainian famine. That's 6 million gone there. There was the rise
Double
of the
genocide
Gulag
theory.
state because it
Nazi
turned
propaganda,
out that Russia,
Jordan.
the Soviet Union, couldn't run on the principles that it had
the Gulag state significantly smaller than the modern American prison system.
So you had to enslave everybody and run your economy as a slave state, essentially.
Essentially doing a lot of work there.
And try not to kill the people in the gulags so fast that you can't suck some productive labor out
As
of them.
Kwame said, those who hate communism are those that no one wants to know the least
about. We don't even know.
Absolutely.
The estimates range from 15 to 60 million.
As well.
And like, we won't get too picayune about the numbers because after the first 10 million, you kind of made your point. And the fact that we don't know between 15 and 60 is actually an indication of the horror of it. Because our count is off by tens of millions. And that's only...
That's a long-winded way of saying we actually have no fucking idea.
And then there was the 1956 crackdown on Hungary and the 1968 invasion of Czechoslovakia. Then there was the whole, like, thermonuclear Holocaust thing that was going on at the same time, and the fact that in 1962 and in 1984...
America played a little bit of a role in that kind of stuff,
seconds away from complete annihilation, right? During the Cuban Missile Crisis, the keys were in the intercontinental ballistic missile release systems, and Castro, as he admitted to Jimmy Carter, in case any of you are Castro fans, which you shouldn't be.
Yes, you should be.
That he was
what a
perfectly
loser
willing
this
to have
man
Cuba
is.
annihilated if
what
it
a
would have meant
loser.
the defeat of the United States.
Yeah, Hungary. Yeah, they hold up Hungary. Like,
and then
oh my goodness. Discredits this whole ideology forever.
Exactly wrong. The Russians received.
Let's not take a look at anything we've been involved with, by the way, around the world.
That the Americans had launched 5 thermonuclear missiles, and one Russian decided that it was a mistake and refused to launch the retaliation.
Who dropped the only works, the only nukes, Doctor?
So, you know, that was pretty close. And
how does this guy make money just saying things incoherently?
Let's say that wasn't good, that experiment.
He gets funded by billionaires, and he writes bad books that these people buy.
It wasn't good. It was exactly the antithesis of good. It was precisely the antithesis of good.
I'm not saying the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan is right, but what a translucent hack. Dummy Dorko, like last year sometime, I think it was before you were around, I talked to this Afghan historian, Ali A. Olami. Really interesting interview. It's actually still available in the highlights. But we talked about the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan because this is like when the invasion, the withdrawal of Afghanistan was going on. So we talked about it, and I think that's the takeaway is that, you know, there was horrible violence, on the part of the Soviets during the invasion of Afghanistan in the 80s, and there was horrible violence on behalf of the movement that was leading Afghanistan at the time that brought that and wanted the Soviets to come help them stabilize their society, which was the PDPA. They engaged in there was a lot of violence in that period, absolutely. But again, you have to look at what was happening before, what happened after, and what was this group fighting for. And like what they were fighting was like democratizing their society, women's rights, literacy, education. This was the program that the PDPA was like trying to pull Afghanistan into, and what requested the Soviets help them in ensuring they could stay in power to commit to this project of like cultural renewal. And was overthrown by guess who? The West, arming and funding the most reactionary religious fanatics in their society, and once again funneling tens and billions of dollars in weapons and training to these folks in an effort to do this. Does that sound familiar to anybody? And then later on, when these people inevitably, there was blowback to that in the form of massively well-funded and well-armed terrorist groups that inevitably presented a new enemy for the United States to spend the next couple decades going after. Any of that, does it sound like a little bit like we're somewhere along that cycle right about now, right at this moment? Oh, man.
But that wasn't all. I mean, there's the People's Republic of China. That's a different country. Like, seriously, a different country, right? Different tradition.
Wow, that's right.
Language.
It is.
How many people died in China under Mao? No one knows. Same issue with the Soviet Union, although Mao was a bigger monster than Stalin, and that's impressive, you know.
And it's like, again, it's the what came before argument. Again, you can talk about anything that that people died. First of all, a lot of those millions of people were dying in World War II. Number one, the Chinese lost the second most people after the Russians in World War II. And how many millions of people's lives were drastically improved in that process? Again, this is a country widespread illiteracy, widespread poverty and starvation is now today on the verge of becoming this global dominant economy, this global hegemon, where they've eliminated extreme poverty, where life expectancy has gone up by decades in this time. And they fixate on these numbers about people that were killed during these processes. How many famines happened in China before that and after that, you dumb fuck? I mean, this is exactly why this analysis is so important. And which obviously people like Jordan Peterson would never even give a second thought to. This frog-voiced man is still scared of monsters. It's really fucking embarrassing. Like, it's the frustrating thing about these guys. Build whole careers in academia lecturing to people about the evils of socialism, and they don't know the first thing about it. They don't know about the history. They don't know what it means. They don't know about any of these figures. Or they know, they're just paid to present an alternative version of facts for people, which is possible as well. Yeah, a famine happened in the year after a complete restructuring of a food supply chain under imperialist aggression. Yeah, pretty amazing. The West just murders for profits, nothing to do with improving the world. And I mean, it goes right back to what we were saying too about indigenous genocide, right? Here you have Jordan Peterson lecturing all these countries, talking about these monstrous figures like Lenin and Stalin, talking about the Soviet Union, talking about China, while simultaneously defending with his fucking life the true genocidal evils of colonialism that this country is founded on. And I have no doubt, I haven't even looked into this, I have no doubt that Jordan Peterson is also engaging in this kind of soft genocide denialism that I was talking about earlier in the stream when it comes to these mass graves and stuff. We'll happily look over the mountain of corpses, the absolute mountain of corpses that our civilization is built on. And then talks about these revolutionary periods in USSR or China as if they're just irredeemable, irrefutable evidence that these are completely evil, sick, irredeemable societies. They just murdered for no reason, I guess. I was just thinking, I bet he denies indigenous genocide too. I don't doubt it at all. Folks, I gotta go in a few minutes, okay? I'm 8 subs away from the goal. I gotta go in like 5 minutes max. We're 4 hours and 30 minutes into this thing. We've covered a lot of ground today. It's been a lot of content. What do we think? What do we think, folks? We've gotten a lot going, and we've got more coming this week. Lots more coming on the horizon. You know, if you're a lurker, if it's your first time in the community, we would love to have you as part of this community.
This totally non-cult member of the Friendship Triangle.
This total non-cult. It's not a cult at all. Fart Party 69. Thank you so much. Fart Party 69 for the 5 gifted subs. Very much appreciated. Fart Party 69. A highly valued.
You can count on me.
Member.
You're gonna have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Thank you for the gifted sub as well. Thank you very much. To Cape Communist and everyone that supported the channel today. We're 2 away. We're 2 subs away. And I can go.
You can count on me. You're gonna have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Dakadoon, very, very generous lately, Dakadoon. I appreciate it a lot. Thank you, Dakadoon, for the gifted sub. And not just lately, but all the time, frankly. Thank you, Dakadoon. 'Cause 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 I'll be back tomorrow again. And we got Benjamin Norton coming up as well. Benjamin Norton is coming on the show soon. I'll confirm with him this week to figure out the time. Either this week or early next week, probably. We're 1 sub away, folks. We're 1 sub away from hitting the goal. 1 measly sub. And again, if you're a new community member and you have an Amazon Prime subscription, remember, you can subscribe free of charge.
You're gonna have good old Rob
completely
to,
free of
talk you through all
charge.
this.
Thank you, John. Thank you, John McCain's Ghost, for the gifted sub. I really appreciate it, John. Ideally, we got to get the lurkers to step up a little bit more so John's not forced to carry us over the finish line here. But nevertheless, John, I appreciate it a lot. Thank you so much. Okay, I really got to go, though. I really got to go. Thanks for watching today, everyone. I appreciate it a lot. You made me sub to a Twitch channel for the first time. Hell yeah. Thank you, Dummy. Dummy Dorco. I appreciate that. We love it. I'll be back tomorrow, noon Eastern. Okay? And again, join the Discord server. Thank you, Dummy. Yeah, sorry. Just negging everybody. Negging the chatters. That's how you break them down. You break them down by negging them, and then you build them back up. That's what happens in this non-cult. It's not a cult. It's not. We don't need to worry about that. Okay, I gotta go. Give my regards to friend of the stream, Kira Chats. And I will talk to you tomorrow, noon Eastern. Goodbye for now.